right, welcome back, everyone. Oh, it's been so long since we last played Ace Attorney. I kinda don't remember exactly what happened during the last time, so we're gonna be trying to figure out what the hell is going on for a second time because I've kind of forgotten everything. Fun stuff, but I was originally now, I don't know how long this last case is. Ideally, I would like to finish the game today so we can start Alan Wake tomorrow. But I don't know if that will be possible based on the length of the chapter, because I don't know. But we will try. We'll get as far as we can, and I think we should be able to at least this plus one more episode. That should be all we need, I think. So we'll see. If we don't finish today, I might still start Alan Wake tomorrow anyways, and then just basically have 3 games in rotation, which, since I'm gonna be basically streaming daily for this week, I can do that. I can have 3 games in rotation and still is fine. And that way we should hopefully still finish Ace Attorney within the week. Hopefully. But we'll see. Let's get to it. Also, another interesting thing that I figured out while thinking about the possibility of playing Alan Wake is Old Gods of Asgard. That's a band in the game. And it's they exclusively, obviously, you know, under a different name, Poets of something, they make other music and stuff, right? But the music they make for the game is made for the game. So I'm wondering if I can actually use that in my streams. Like, I can use the Metal Gear music, or the Persona music, or the Ace Attorney music. Because if that's the case, oh yeah, we're gonna have some new gems for the stream playlist, and I'm very much looking forward to that. And also, speaking of Alan Wake, if anyone's here watching that joined the channel from the thanks to the Alan Wake reaction video, welcome. It's kind of crazy. We got like 10 more. We got like 10 subs just from that video, just like after yesterday's stream. It's fucking insane. Okay, let's go through our organizer and try to remember what the hell is going on, because there's a lot that's happened and I don't remember most of it. So let's go. Okay. Is this? Yeah, okay. Kay Faraday, a young girl purporting to be the second Yasugarasu. She's on the trail of her father's killer. Straightforward, right, Kay? I think, didn't she get arrested for a murder or something? Byrne Faraday, father of Kay, admirable prosecutor who was killed 7 years ago by Callisto Yu, and supposedly he was the great thief Yatagarasu. Callisto Yu killed Kay's father 7 years ago, claimed to be the Yatagarasu, made her escape, right? Dick Gumshoe, homicide detective of the local precinct, charged with the initial investigation, right? My main man. Who I think he's actually like keeping an eye on Kay right now, or he's running some errand, I don't remember, but he's not here. Shih-na, Link's trusty secretary, level-headed, supports system investigations. Incidentally, the hottest girl in the Ace Attorney series, just as an aside. But yeah, I think she's right now conducting the investigation in the Babahlese? I know it's Alabahstian and Babahlese. I don't remember if we're current. I think right now we're in Babal, and they're in Alabast on the other side, but I'm not sure. Yeah, so Shih-na's on the whatever it's called. She's on the other side, investigating the fire that happened there and the murder of, was it Manny? Francisco Von Karma, right? She's helping with the Interpol investigation, and we're basically acting as her assistant right now. Cool. Colias Paleno, Ambassador Babal, who'll do absolutely anything for the country's tourism industry. Right, okay, so the other one is Babal. We are currently in Alabast. Got it. Manny Cochin, while secretary to the ambassador, was also the leader of the smuggling ring, this case's victim. Right. So Manny, who was the leader of the smuggling ring, was killed in, I think, his office in the Babahlese embassy, and then the embassy was burned down, and Kay is being accused of the murder. Got it? But there was also a second victim in this side, the fake Master Mask. Then Shilong Lang boasts he has the highest arrest rate in Interpol. He is after the smuggling ring, and also doesn't like prosecutors. He's also kind of an idiot. But he's handling the investigation on this side. Then Quercus Alba, ambassador of Alabahst, also retired army man, may explain why overly harsh on himself. Right, okay. Larry Butts, the man under the steel samurai mask. A friend, the suspect in the Damask 2 case. The second. Okay, so right. So on this side, Larry is being accused of killing Master Mask. Got it. And then Terrell Bad, eagle-eyed homicide detective. His partner was killed 7 years ago. He's here after Callisto U. Alright, because he's been on Yu's case ever since Faraday's death, right? And Master Mask II, opportunist unrelated to the first Master Mask, found in Alabahst, real name Kashi Nu. No, whatever. Ex-security lady, the woman behind the pink princess mask. I believe her real name is Wendy Oldbat. I believe, Edgeworth, you've run into her. I'm pretty sure after, like, right? Pretty much after, like, people, like, that you consider, like, close friends and family, like, Wright, Larry, Francisca, and Big Daddy Von Karma. I'm pretty sure Old Bag is like one of the people you've met most in your entire life. Okay, so that's all the characters. Let's take a look at the circumstances of the murder. Building with borders. Right, because this used to be the Cadofian embassy, where a bunch of shit went down in the past, which hopefully some of the other evidence will fill us in on that one. Because it's been a while. But then, once the country split into the Kingdom of Alabahst and Republic of Babal, I believe, the embassy was also split in half, with one side being the Embassy of Babal, the other side being where the murder of Manny Cochin took place, and where Manny Cochin worked, and where there was a fire. On the other side, the Embassy of Alabahst, where the murder of Master Mask took place. Master Mask II took place. And then there's the Theatrum Neutralis, which is sort of a neutral ground for the two, and where the Steel Samurai stage play was being hosted. Got it? Steel Samurai's autograph. Autograph in the sketches phase. To Mr. Edgeworth, Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Tokyo. Right. This is the autograph that we got from Larry without knowing it was him, and now Edgeworth's childhood has been ruined, sadly. Which also, I guess, kind of proves... Yeah, so we ran into Larry pretty much directly after the show, I think. Because he was going to be attending a press conference in the Embassy of Alabahst, and we ran into him on his way there. But before he could attend the press conference, he tried to sneak into the, he tried to, like, sneak across the rooftop to where the Pink Princess was, because he thought that the girl playing the Pink Princess was, like, the old actress, not Old Bag, so he wanted to, like, ask her out on a date, and so he snuck over to her room, and I think he ended up in this room by accident, and that's how he got accused of murder, maybe? Babal's permit. Oh, I almost forgot to announce the stream on the Discord server. Hold on 1 second there. Hold on. Oh, and I guess speaking of the Discord server, if you want to get notified when we go live, if I remember to do it, you should join our Discord. There's a link down in the description. And stream Locations. Miles. Edgeworth. Stations live now. Alright, there we go. People should now be informed that we are live. Oh. Alright, let's continue. Right. So this is like a famous statue that used to be like part of that used to be like Cadofian national heritage. After the split of the countries, both Babal and Alabahst claim to have kept the statue in the the splitting of the country, and claim that the other side actually has a fake statue. And only the ambassador and the secretariat are allowed to touch it. Right. Okay. Not sure how this really relates. I don't remember exactly how this relates to the case. But yeah, this is the one over in the Babal embassy with the knife. And right, one of the knives was missing. Or it was swapped out, I think. Delta Coach's body. Cause of death, single stab wound to base of the neck. Body was badly burnt by fire. Yeah, okay. So someone murdered Cochin with a knife. His body wasn't burnt by the fire, which implies that possibly the fire wasn't lit to destroy evidence, maybe? He was placed there after the fire took place to make it look like the person who caused the fire also killed him and caused the fire to try to destroy evidence, maybe? And the knife was taken from the Alabahst embassy, if I remember correctly, but the hilt on the knife, because the hilts are exchangeable, the hilt was actually from the Babahlese embassy to make it look like one of the Babal embassy knives were the one that killed Manny, when in reality he was killed by a knife from Alabahst, which implies that someone was able to which means that either Manny was killed in Alabahst and then taken over to Babal, or someone managed to smuggle a knife from one embassy to another. We don't really know which one right now. The Alabahstian knife, the latest definitely Alabahstian, was this carried across country lines? Right. Or the other possibility is that it was Manny's body that was carried. Also, I don't think I noticed this before, but like, is one of these missing? Because like here, right, this is the classic flower symbol, right? There's a striking flower ornament on the handle of this knife. Compared to the Babahlese knife's handle, this larger one gives Alabahst more presence. Are we not going to talk about the fact that one of the petals seems to be missing? I mean, I don't know how that would be relevant to the case, but it just seems interesting. Yatagarasu's key. Right, Yatagarasu stole this from the embassy 7 years ago. It's also a knife. It's also a gun! Yeah, and we can, I think, press the button to... We need to open the safe in the Babahlese Embassy Secretariat office. Notice the blade looks like a simple knife at first glance. When viewed head-on, it's actually the same shape as the second keyhole in the safe. This key was stolen by the Yatagarasu 7 years ago at the Cadofian Embassy. As this is made, Cadofia still existed as a country. Right, because it's both yeah, but here we go. This is what I wanted. Right, so I discovered this trick 7 years ago, and with it, we were able to corner Miss Yu. But who would have thought that I'd see this key again after all this time? Right, so the key can flip between being a key and being a knife. But, as it turns out, and we learn right now, the knife is also a key. Specifically, it's a key to the safe in Manny Coach's office, where he kept hidden all the records of his smuggling operations, right? And so many years ago, the key was stolen from this embassy by the Yatagarasu. It was kind of an important part of the case. I believe the knife was actually used to kill either Kay Faraday or the other guy, Mackerel. I don't remember who was killed with the knife and who was killed with the gun, but one of them was killed with the knife on the other side of this key. And then Callisto stole the key, if I remember correctly, when she ran out of the room and escaped the authorities. But now we found the key on Manny Hunter's body, which implies that either Callisto was working with Manny the whole time and with the smuggling ring, which, I mean, that would make sense based on what we know about her, since it seems like she was working to... I'm pretty sure she committed the murders to protect the smuggling ring, so it's a possibility that she's been working with Manny the whole time, and that's how he got his hands on the key. Alternatively, she could have come here, for some reason, maybe killed Manny and left the key behind. I'm not sure. So let's leave it at that. And I guess we'll have to learn more about that. Smuggling and Babahlese Inc. Right. Because, right, I'm pretty sure, like, Cadofia used to have, like, two major exports. Cadofian paper, or no, Alabahstian paper and Babahlese ink. So once the country separated, Babal kept the ink, Alabast kept the paper. And so one of the things they were smuggling out of the country in large amounts was the Babahlese ink, which is, like, apparently really good, so people like it. And yeah, we found these in the safe, which we opened using the key, which is how we found out that Manny was the head of the smuggling operation, supposedly. God, that's only the first page. Okay. His knife handle. So after the real murder weapon's handle, its blade has yet to be found. Right, and that one's... Yeah, so Babal has the butterfly motif, Alabast has the flower motif. Got it. And counterfeit builds. Made with Babahlese ink, their circulation Zhengfa, it's hard to tell they're fake. Ah, and right. That's one of the reasons why Babahlese ink is so sought after, is because it's great for counterfeit money. Got it. Okay. Then the Babahlese ink. Special witch crystal oil-based ink, limited export because of its use in counterfeiting. Right, and we got this from Paletto. Not sure what that tells us, though. Photo of the Steel Samurai, taken in front of the Alabahst statue before the murder. Yeah, okay, so this is Larry in the Steel Samurai costume, meeting with the Alabahstian ambassador. And yeah, as we can see in that photo, we can see at least two of the knives are still in the case. But interestingly enough, the Primadux statue is actually sideways for some reason, which is interesting. Because here it's facing straight on. Then passion flowers, two large flowers in bloom. The vines are supported by stakes and are still growing. Alabahst Primadux statue. Both countries claim to have one, right? And the samurai sword. Weapon used on stage is thought to be... Okay, so this was from the stage play, and that's why they think Larry is the murderer, because the weapon from the stage play ended up being used to kill Master Mas, supposedly. Oh, I don't think we've conducted an autopsy yet. Master Mas 2's note, request for theft of the Primadux statue with a map to where the statue is. Interesting. So someone wanted Master Mas to steal the Alabahst statue, and specifically the Alabahstian one, which, now that I think about it, is a very interesting choice, right? Because, from what we've known, if I remember this correctly, getting into the Babahlese embassy was super easy, and, like, Ambassador Paletto was, like, super welcoming of anyone that wanted to learn about the country, right? Because they're, like, super interested in the tourism industry. While Alabahst, on the other hand, is a very sort of isolationist kingdom. And so getting into the Alabahstian embassy was really hard. So it seems to me that stealing the statue in the Babahlese embassy would be significantly easier than stealing the one in the Alabahstian embassy. So why was Master Mas specifically sent to steal the one in Alabahst? The reasons I can think of are... Assuming the person who commissioned this actually wanted him to steal the statue, right? And him dying was an unintended consequence, right? Assuming there wasn't a greater plot underneath everything. The only reason I can think of is if the person had reason to suspect that the Alabahstian statue was the real one instead of, and the Babahlese statue was fake, so that's why they sent Master Mask specifically after this one. Alternatively, Master Mask was never meant to steal the statue, and he was always meant to either be killed or be caught or something as part of like a greater plan, and in which case Babal doesn't really matter. Well, it matters, but not regarding the statue itself isn't the primary concern there. So that's interesting. When the samurai spear, weapon used on stage, Larry hit it against the wall and bent it. It's hollow. Right. Sand request from Miss Oldbeck to stand in for Mindy, the Pink Princess actress who fell ill. And right, Mindy was the one Larry was trying to like ask out when he was basically caught like sneaking across the rooftop. Letter from a stalker. For Miss Oldbag has mistakes from bad penmanship. Yeah, and this is the letter that Larry sent to Mindy, and as you can see, Mindy, but because Larry's handwriting is so terrible, the M looks like a W and the I looks like an E. So Oldbag thought the letter was for herself, Wendy. Which is fucking really funny. Lady's undershirt. Found an office fireplace. There's only one person here who would own such a shirt. Oldbag? Retrieved by missile, my boy. Okay, we've got a bunch of evidence and no idea how any of this connects, so I don't think we're solving this case this episode. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, we've got 2 murders to solve. We haven't even gotten, like, we've got 2 murders to solve. We've got 2.5 pages of evidence, and we still aren't even close to solving either one of them. Though again, it might be like a case similar to one of the Danganronpa V3 cases, where solving one mystery leads to an easy solution to the second one. So we'll see. My boy, Missile. This is much bigger help than I thought he would be. Yes, however, there are a few aspects I don't understand about what he found. In that case, you should keep on investigating until you do understand. Now, my subordinate, continue with the investigation. Tutkunboo! 30 days passed. Yeah, it's been a while. I was, there were a few weeks where I was performing the shows that I've been working on, so I couldn't stream then. Then after that, I was out of town for a whole week, so I couldn't stream then. And then when I came back from out of town, it was the end of the semester, so I had a bunch of exams and projects to do. But now we are done with those, so we are back on the grind. I'm just trying to remember what the fuck is going on. But it's nice of you to show up. There's great dread that I proceed to do what I must to solve the case. Do we have anything interesting in logic? Smoke for the chimney, pouring out of the chimney when Larry thought to climb down it. Time of the crime, Miss Oldbag was warming her hip in the room next door. Right. Right, because Larry was trying to go down the chimney to get into where the Pink Princess was. Because he thought it was actually, the Goofy shop cart moment in Cauldron, man. Getting over it was really fun. I want to play some more of those climbing games like Only Up and Jump King. I think Jump King would probably be next, but maybe we'll leave those for now. That will be in 2024 because Then the next game we'll be playing will be Alan Wake. I've already decided on that. Yeah, so he went to climb down the chimney, but there was smoke because Old Bag was using the fireplace, right? I mean, that just seems pretty obvious. There's no trace of this room's fireplace being used. And your point is? Smoke was supposedly pouring out of the chimney connected to this fireplace. At least according to Larry. And this is a contradiction of the facts, is it not? Are you sure he wasn't just disoriented or something up on that roof? There is testimony for an investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney. So no, I don't think it was a mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. Where do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went? Ah, I see. So what you're proposing is this. The smoke that came out of the chimney was actually from Miss Oldbag's fire. So basically, the fireplaces of neighboring rooms share one chimney. Is that what you're implying? That would make sense. So Larry tried to descend down the chimney to Oldbag's room, but actually ended up here. Cool. We don't have anything else to use with that, so let's talk to Frankie and see if she's got any information for us. I've only just arrived in this room myself, which is why we need to investigate some more. Yes, I agree. Our priority should be on understanding what the current situation is. Of course. I was planning to do that from the very beginning. In that case, hurry up and start the investigation already. I will, so let's get started. In order to find out the truth about what happened here, I should start by gathering as much information as I can. We borrowed this dog from the local precinct, but is he really capable of handling this case? I thought police dogs are usually of a much larger breed. He may be small, but he is an excellent police dog. Furthermore, he was raised by Detective Gumshoe. You had me thinking the dog was capable until you said that he was raised by Scruffy. Yes, well, I suppose that wasn't the best of arguments to use. You know, some people are just gifted working with animals, you know? I think we left off having to talk to Old Bag, if I remember correctly. I think that's where we left off, and that's why... No, we'd already talked to her. Huh, interesting. Okay. Oh. We talked to Larry. To be fair, I should probably do all the conversations again just so I can try to remember what the fuck is going on, you know? That seems like a good idea. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Larice Dunin now? It's Dodgedom! Larice Dodgedom! Get that straight in your head, Edgy! Now remember, you're that rude, pale imitation of a real artist. No, you got it all wrong. I gave up on that Larice business. Besides, when Brangelina left me in my heart in pieces. That's when Mindy walked into my life. She's been so good to me that I wanted to help her in some way. And I figured I could do that through the Steel Samurai outfit. Your name Blavern makes less and less sense each time we meet. I believe he's saying that he picked up this part-time job as a Steel Samurai so that he may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess. Yeah, you got it! I knew you know what I meant, Edgy? Not really. It's not so much as I understood, but a simple deduction based on your usual modus operandi, Larry. Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight. Confess? Hey, don't tell me you suspect me too. Nonsense. I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. However, we are talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. From past experience has taught me that you are always at the center of some insane event. Edgy, how can you be so mean, stabbing me with your words like that? Unfortunately, I don't have the time to search out a key to unlock your heart this time. So I suggest that you cooperate and tell me what you know. Okay, I get it. Just stop Francie from whipping me from behind. So I guess you know what I did, right? I can't even begin to imagine. However, I imagine that whatever you were up to was probably beyond my imagination. So you'll tell me what exactly you did, Larry. Nope, not yet, Edgy. It'll take more than that to loosen my lips. A lot more! Confess now. Oh! Okay, well, I was up on the roof. And why exactly were you up there? Oh, you know, what's your customer, that legendary hero? Legendary? Hero? Santa Claus! Santa Claus. I want to do the thing that he does, so I climbed up to one of the chimneys. And when I got there, there was smoke pouring out of the chimney. And? Well, I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming up, right? So I gave up. Larry, you do realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right? Of course I know. I didn't graduate from junior high, you know. And you should also understand this. If Santa was real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history. Oh, crud! This is your attempt to imitate Santa that has landed you in the prime suspect in this murder. Oh, come on, man! What's so wrong with pretending to be Santa? Let's start with the fact that it will be the Ides of March in a matter of hours. Santa only visits home December 24th. That's in December, you nitwit. No! Hey, wait a sec, we're not in court. Larry, about that samurai sword that was used as a murder weapon. Oh, that? Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know? Yes, apparently you did. Well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. You want to talk about shock? I was the most shocked of all when I heard it killed someone. Shock! Foolish. Fool looking especially foolish for foolishly stating such a foolish excuse. You forgot to take something that big with you? Who would believe such a tale? Sorry, Miss Von Karma, but I believe him. Because if anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry. Gee, you believe me. I just knew that our friendship is something special. Anyway, even if Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears his name. Which means I will have to prove his innocence from a different angle. Right. As much as I don't want to do this, I need to try to remember what's going on here. Nathan, what are you doing here? I thought you were working at Gatewater Land as the Pink Badger.
What are you talking about? That was ages ago.
That was yesterday.
Look, I worked at Global Studios before, a long time ago, right? Yeah, well, they called me up this morning, kind of out of the blue, actually.
They called you?
Yeah, apparently the girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. It happened so suddenly, so they called me in to be a last-minute replacement.
Do they not have enough people on staff at the studio?
I really couldn't say no, so here I am, playing the role of the heroine. Instead of that Mindy girl, I mean. But the poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her. She's gonna have a terrible time when she returns. I mean, I'm not exactly great at reading. To be standing so the last slide, I tripped over and through the ragdoll instead of the shuriken, and the audience was in the uproar. But then when I tell you, they're really just a bunch of simpletons.
You're rather lively, old lady. So basically, you received the stand-in request this morning, correct?
You got it. You need to see it. I've got it right here. Look.
It appears that she's telling the truth.
I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience to tears.
Yes, tears of laughter, as I recall.
But being famous has its problems too, you know. Yeah, take a look at this. It's a letter from a stalker. I just taking my break when I found this stuck under the door to my room. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kinds of things. Look at what it says. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving night. How absolutely revolting. I mean, you'd think you could get my name right. There's no accent in my name.
Like this horrible handwriting. Where have I seen this before?
Ah, but now you're here, Edgy Poo. I feel 100% safe.
Where do I factor into this?
Yeah, you'd bust that evil stalker man for my sake, wouldn't you, Edgy Poo?
Well, if you'll allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later.
Oh, come on, Edgy Poo. Stop being so dismissive and playing hard to get.
Can you give us some actual useful testimony, please? What were you doing at the time of the crime?
What crime? What? After the show was over, I was nothing but free time on my hands. So I used the fireplace in the next door to keep my bad hip warm.
Well, a murder occurred in the room right next to yours.
Is that right? Oh, Edgy Boy, I'm so scared. Hold me, caress me.
If you could please not cling onto my personage. In any case, I take it then that you failed to show up at Ambassador Alba's speech.
All that? Nah, I didn't go. I mean, I may have the heart of a young tender maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hips started acting up and got stiff. I couldn't move at all.
Can you provide proof of your condition?
Oh, you just go ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater all the way to this embassy.
I have to admit, the thought of her not being able to leave that room is rather pleasant. Did we ask Larry about the letter? Because it's very possible we left as soon as we finished talking. We finished the stream as soon as we finished talking all day. Larry, I wonder if you might know what this is. Nope, not a clue. You didn't even look at it. That's because the only thing I can see right now is the form of my lovely Francie. Oh, in that case, allow me to help sear my form into you for all eternity. Oh, whippity whip trip! Now this is a trip I'm willing to endorse, especially if we can finally get some peace here. Okay, no, he has no reaction to that. Let's go talk to everyone else.
You did some investigating over in the Babahlese embassy too, right?
I did. Is that a problem?
Long Shi says a wolf who aims to hunt for 2 rabbits at once.
I believe the idiom you require is he who runs after 2 hares will catch neither.
Ha! A real wolf can catch both.
I see, so what you're trying to say, seeing as how I'm currently handling 2 cases.
Ha! Suit yourself. But don't say I didn't warn you. No matter how hard you try, you'll never be a necessity in our Shifu's investigation.
Is that a fact? But no matter how good he is bound to overlook something.
If you insult our Shifu, then prepare to be punished.
Oh, and how exactly would you punish us?
Every investigator under Shifu's command will work to disrupt your investigation.
Vindictive much? Okay, those 2 are just not helpful. What about you, baddie boy? About the murder of Damas II, would you be willing to fill me in on a few of the details?
When the Yatakarasi showed up, Agent Lang and I took care of the guard duty and put ourselves in charge of directing things at this crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos, Damas II, he broke into this embassy. Probably to steal some treasure or another.
And I suppose he lost his life and he was forced to fight someone else in this room? Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, Detective?
That samurai.
He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reasons you suspect, I assure you. As you can plainly see, he is completely harmless.
Well, it's just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Tonight, here at the Alabahstian embassy, Ambassador Alba was to give a commemorative speech, and that's when the Yatagarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats, for the guests who had called to sit in them, were empty.
A no-show? Who was it that failed to take this seat?
The Steel Samurai. Until the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. However, for some weird reason, that man was spotted at a different location than his assigned room at that time.
And where was he?
He was on the roof, with one of his legs down a chimney. That chimney leads directly into this room.
Larry Butts, you've really outdone yourself this time. What are you thinking? Alright, so that's the basic rundown, I guess. Let's see. The newest piece of evidence we have is the shirt, right? See if anyone can tell us anything about the shirt. Ms. Von Karma, what do you think of this piece of evidence? Well, since you asked so nicely as my subordinate, I'll answer you. However, as your superior, I also must make sure that my subordinates grow on the job. Therefore, please gather your own thoughts together first, and then try presenting again. A simple "I don't have thoughts about that" would have sufficed. Always the younger sister. What do you have to say about this? Dr. Baird, I'm wondering if you might be able to tell me something about this.
Sorry, but I don't give a hoot about things that aren't related to the Yatagarasu.
Ha! It looks like nothing about you has changed in these 7 years, huh?
Daughter of Von Karma, you're still just a sapling of a prosecutor, so...
I'll have you know that I've already grown to a stately tree of a prosecutor.
Is that right?
Is he just toying with Francisca? He seems to be enjoying this quite a lot. Bad is just too cool. He's like the one dude that's able to actually put Francisca in her place. Alright, what about you, Larry? Larry, I wonder if you might know what this is. Nope, not a clue. Okay. Whippity whip trap! Alright, what about old bag? Could this be her shirt? If you could please take a look at this brown-colored undershirt.
Oh, Edgy-Boo, what is the meaning of this? Why did you steal that thing from my bags? All you had to do was ask, and I would have gladly given you as many as you'd like.
Thanks, but no thanks. This shirt was found near here at the crime scene.
What? Come
now, why don't you just confess? Or explain what it's doing here.
I know nothing, I tell you.
What?
I'll admit that I used the fireplace to dry that shirt, but I can't really help the fact that I had to, you know? Wearing that big princess costume was like being in a sauna. And on top of that, I get fingered as a suspect. Ah, you're too cruel. You're too cruel, Edgy-Poo.
You're claiming that you never once set foot inside this room. Well, yeah, it probably just like flew up the fireplace due to the hot air and then came down on the other side of the fireplace in this room.
Of course I am. If I'd been the one to find the body, do you think I'd be as calm and relaxed as I am? I tell you, if someone's like this, it's some fault that another tabloid article is missing, and the camera's missing, and the lawyer, and they're missing, and speaking of missing, what's the matter with the husband? When I got married, he said, I got so stuck married. He should have gone to deserve you, but I can't help it. You marry, honestly, men these days.
Well, I don't believe she's lying about her actions, so I can safely assume she really was drying her shirt by the fireplace on her break. And somehow the undershirt managed to move from the next room to this one. Yeah, through the connected fireplace. I assume the samurai dog was also yours?
Ah, that brilliant mind of yours. You really can't see through everything about me.
And so the feeling of dread continues, but I suppose I should ask for more details. That samurai dog was yours, wasn't it?
Of course. And forever yours, Edgy Wedgy Boo.
If you could just stick to what I asked you. Edgy, are you in Miss Oldbag? No! just no! I said that I feel like there should have been an objection there.
You really don't change, do ya? When will you learn how to take a joke? Anyway, its samurai dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present from the studio to the embassy.
A present?
The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys, and we were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pound them all into this pushcart and just move them all about. The studio guys should have delivered those things by themselves, right, Edgy?
So did you deliver the samurai dogs to the embassy staff as per your instructions?
Hey, Edgy, don't just ignore me and my question. Aren't you gonna stick up for me?
Yeah, about that. You see, after the show, I went to the rest of spell in the dressing room because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were. The samurai dogs were just sitting on the dressing room floor.
I suppose you had to make preparations for distributing them after the show.
Well, if by preparation you mean sampling them as well.
Excuse me?
Oh, I tried one and thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I know it was silly of me to think this, but I figured that since they're for a kids show, their taste was probably for kids too. They were so good that I couldn't stop. Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself to half a dozen or so boxes. As I sat there by the roaring fire, warming them and eating them, I thought, this is... What is it now? How I know? I bet you want a fox too, don't you, my Edgy Poo? Well, who am I to say no to you? But I'll only give you one, the rest are all for me.
Samurai dogs. Looks like the lesson for today is that when Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess take off their masks, they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers. Yeah, can we bring back Will Powers? My guy was the best. Alright. Let's make the connection. The lady's undershirt that Missile found. Oh, actually, before that, let's look at the samurai dogs. Present from the embassy staff, Miss Oldbag took and ate a few from the dressing room. Okay, I wonder how that's gonna play into the rest of this. Ah! Why are you getting all excited over holding onto a lady's undergarment? Miles Edgeworth, you uncouth sea slug! If you know the owner of said undershirt, then hurry up and return it to her already. You have it all wrong. This is evidence. And the owner of this piece of evidence was in the room next door. And yet, despite that, Missile found it in the fireplace of this room. This lady's undershirt. Are you seriously claiming that it somehow passed through a solid brick wall? Not quite. The fireplace in this room is connected to the chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney, leading us to the possibility that the two fireplaces are connected to each other. Perhaps a closer look at the back of the fireplace is in order. There's an X on the back wall of the fireplace. Let's see if I can get a better look at it. What in the... The wall separating this room's fireplace from the next room's fireplace apparently turns. As I suspected, this fireplace does indeed connect this room to the neighboring room. Fucking secret fireplace passage? What the fuck? the neighboring room. There appears to be nothing particular about the next room. But the fact that there's nothing special about the next room isn't what's important. The fact that there is a secret passageway through this room's fireplace. Right. We now know the fireplace connects to the two rooms, and if we actually look at the map that Master Mask had. Yeah, so the fireplace connects to this room. I don't know where the door to this room is, but I guess if someone is guarding the door here, and maybe the door to this room is over here, you might be able to get to the staircase without someone seeing you. But this map is nowhere detailed enough for what we need. We now know that the fireplace connects the two rooms. But how exactly is that significant? You aren't going to suddenly name the old lady as the second's killer now, are you? No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip. So she could not have been the one. Unfortunately, I believe that this fireplace has nothing whatsoever to do with the Damas II murder. But it could have something to do with the murder of Manny. It would appear that the answer has made itself known.
You're making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on. I'm ready to counter any arguments you may have made.
Very well then. If you're prepared, I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me.
Good! I'm counting on you, Edgy!
Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie for what it really is.
I lie!
I know that there's still something you're keeping from the rest of us.
What's wrong with you? Why is it you don't believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you! I should just hurry up and die already if that's how it's gonna be. I'll confess to every murder in the whole world and then kill myself. And throw everything into mass confusion!
Be one hell of a way to go.
You made some wonderful friends as a child, I see.
Oh, you don't even know the half of it. Wait until you meet the attorney. Larry, I have one thing to say to you.
Even if you make that face to me, it's no use. A man who's ready to die is strong-willed, you know.
Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you've caused. I only ask that you do not lie to me. You caused an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some insipid lie. I will never forgive you.
Gee.
Although, allow me to say that I consider you to be among the innocent in this case. That I won't draw the real killer out. You can trust me on this.
Alright, this time I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? Well, what happened? What didn't happen? The works.
Just what happened will do. Now then, if you would please testify as to what you did up on the roof tonight.
Up on the rooftop. After the show, I left the pushcart in the rose garden and came into the embassy. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know? So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try.
Larry, I thought I just finished telling you not to lie anymore.
But it's kinda ultra embarrassing?
And what exactly so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me?
Gee, man, I just said it was embarrassing, so of course I can't just blurt it out. So you just have to reason it out of me.
Are you as your superior, I command you to hurry up and expose this man's lie. I have every intention to, but I'm not about to let us waste time on such a trifling matter. I will waste time on such a trifling matter, however, because I'm about to press on every single one of these statements. Why am I so tired?
Hold it!
You left the pushcart. Could you please clarify that statement for me?
Yes, so the wheels of the pushcart got covered in dirt from the rose garden. I would have made a mess of the floor inside, so Ambassador almost said to just leave it.
Well, it would be rather impolite to dirty another country's embassy. of it. I recall seeing the pink princess on my way into the embassy. And what was she doing? Nothing in particular, because she was being carried by some docs on a stretcher. She must have been incapacitated by the pain in her bad hip that she suffered during the show. So I came into the embassy, right? And then took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador, right? We already know this. So you shook hands with the ambassador of the Kingdom of Alabahstian, did you? Yeah, can you believe it? I did something really cool for a change. But honestly speaking, there's nothing interesting about shaking hands with some guy's hand.
Hey there. Are you disrespecting another country in their very own embassy?
As someone with the roots in this country, I'm feeling nothing but incredible shame at this second. Agreed. I apologize for his inconsiderate words. Now, Larry, please continue. What is with all of you? You keep saying that kind of thing, and I'll tell you only lies. You're already telling us nothing but lies. Let it go and move on. All right, already. Don't even glare at me like that, Edgy. Until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. Doing what? Larry, I want you to listen very carefully and take this to heart. The whole point of your life is to cause misery and pain to everyone you encounter. Why is Edgeworth? Jesus Christ! Fuck! Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. So I'm looking up the fucking low tier god copy pasta to read it in Edgeworth's voice. You are a worthless bitch-ass samurai. Your life is literally as valuable as a summer ant. I'm just gonna stomp you and you're just gonna keep coming back. I'm gonna seal up all my crap so you're gonna keep coming back. Why? Because you keep smelling the syrup, you worthless bitch-ass samurai. You're gonna stay on my dick until you die. You serve no purpose in life. Your purpose in life is to be on my stream sucking on my dick daily. Your purpose in life is beyond that chat blowing the dick daily. Your life is nothing. You serve zero purpose. You should kill yourself now and give somebody else a piece of that oxygen and ozone layer that's covered up so that we can breathe into this blue trash bubble. Because what are you here for? To worship me? Kill yourself. I mean that with 1,000%. I'm not gonna do the whole thing. That's as far as I'll go. I know, I get it. I'm totally the bad guy again.
I thought you're his friend. Don't you think that was a bit harsh? Long Shi says, true friends are bosom friends.
Yeah, Edgy, that might be going a bit too hard when even Lang is like,
dude, what the fuck? If you were in trouble, call on your bosom friend, whose shoulder you can truly cry on.
Hey, bosom buddy, I hope you're listening carefully to my testimony. Does it cross your pea-sized brain yet that Agent Lang is only out to arrest you, Larry?
Now then, you were wandering around inside the embassy, and then what happened?
I should hardly think that chimneys are that rare. Agreed, especially since they are a traditional feature of American houses.
Plus, many grand buildings have even larger and fancier chimneys.
Yeah, but the kind of chimney I'm talking about is a real romantic type. A romantic chimney? It might sound kind of silly, but some women seem to really enjoy them. I just had a good feeling about that chimney. What is blood waffling about? What the?
Hold it!
You suddenly wanted to play Santa. Oh, well, actually, I dressed up as Santa once before already. That is true, he did. I was down at Cord Lake. I'd appreciate if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me. Larry's like, Trilogy, you remember that time that, your mentor and father figure, framed you for murder, and then you learned that he also killed your father, and, even though you thought you had killed him your whole life, and then you had like a PTSD attack in the middle of the courtroom? That was the good old times!
Sounds like you guys share a lot of history. A perk of being childhood friends, huh? Besides, it's not a felony to dress up and play Santa, you know? Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes down from a family's chimney, after all. That's Krampus.
Actually, it is worth delving into whether or not playing Santa is a big deal. Actually, I believe in this case of this man playing Santa is actually quite a big deal.
Are you saying that your buddy isn't exactly made of Santa quality stuff?
Precisely. You hit the nail on the head, Agent Lang.
Hey, Edgy, that's so incredibly mean.
Tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world?
Of course I know that. I did graduate from junior high, you know.
Larry, why are we doing this? What is the purpose of this testimony? Can we just get to solving the murder, please? In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me to whom you were delivering a present to.
I was, delivering a present to a child, not basking in the glow of love?
That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard, but a lie is still a lie.
You sure know how to kick a guy when he's down, you know that?
In any case, the person you wish to deliver a present up unto is most certainly this.
Take that! Interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect.
Dude, don't spread lies about me. I totally didn't want to see Miss Albeck so much that I tried to go down a chimney. Ow!
I advise you to stop right there in your bashing of a lady. Well, I must admit that I myself hardly ever have the want to run into that lady, or any woman for that matter. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression? Then what?
Define wrong impression.
I simply mean the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is best summed up with this. The standing request.
Take that!
This is something the old lady received from her employer for the night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess, Mindy, was it again? It seems that this man is quite taken aback with that actress.
That's not true, Edgy. She's the one with the hots for me. I just know it. I can feel her sexy beam pierce my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam, I tell you!
You filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiotic, cowardly apparition of a man! You haven't matured at all since we last met.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Yes.
This guy, he's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it.
Even Lang is like,
Jesus Christ, what a fucking disaster, child.
I suppose you could put it that way.
Hey, what the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all. Why do y'all have to make me out to be some sort of bad guy?
To return to the original topic, I suppose that at least this much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy has fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess's room.
Hey, Edgy, looks like I've got the hang of this court thing now.
But we're not in court at the moment.
Shut up! I see what's going on here, and it looks just like what you do in court.
I guess old boy here still has something he'd like to say. Lung Ji says, until the root of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. You shouldn't form conclusions until everything is out in the open, which is why I'll listen.
Alright, let's get ready to listen to me defeat Edgy in a battle of wits.
Larry, have you forgotten that should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest? No, Larry, why? Oh, when something smells. Larry's assertion. So you think that all I wanted to do was go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to that chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. But to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really mean. But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? Hey, someone say something! Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this, not as a confession, but as a testimony? So what if I am? Is there something wrong with that? My claim is a claim claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that?
So it was you! You're my stalker! But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I'm the devoted type of woman who's wholly focused on one man. As long as Edgy Poo's alive, I can't just drop him, be unfaithful. No, I can't, although earlier I was just sent with the tiny wheat about a wolf man. Only the dear Edgy Poo, which I passed to say completely true to my beloved Edgy Poo for the rest. Ah!
I'm so inspired. Wait, so Oldbag had the hots on Lang for a hot second there. Oh, buddy, you have no idea the terrible fate you are in for if she catches the hots for you. Get out of this country right now. Go back to Zhengfa. It's for your own good. I'm telling you. Heed my advice. You're such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man. I thought I heard something ominous just now. Or perhaps it was just my imagination. I believe there's nothing further for me to prove at this point. What do you mean? Of course you've still got something to prove. You still have to show some proof that I was trying to meet up with Mindy. Proof, you say? Remember, Edgy, everything is evidence in court, right? You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry? But I understand your point. Yeah, see, I'm totally a pro at this now. Very well, if you wish to see the evidence, then let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see.
Hold it!
Well, I've been saying that for a while now. After all, if not for that, then for what other reason did you want to go down that chimney? You can't say that without any evidence. That's against the rules, Edgy.
Huh. Thanks for keeping the prosecutor in line for me, Mr. Suspect.
I have the evidence, and if you wish to see that so badly, I can introduce you to. But it's not good to keep them waiting, my subordinate. Hurry and show them already. Lies! All lies, Edgy! Well, if you wish to lie, then by all means continue. Because I'm ready to expose your lie at a moment's notice. You won't get the better of me! Let's see. I dressed up as Santa, climbed up the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. Was the smoke coming from the chimney really that thick? You bet! It was so thick, I had tears pouring out of my eyes. It was a mess. This is the most useless testimony I've ever seen. Jesus Christ. Like, even like with like some of the testimonies where there was basically every single statement was false, like there's usually something to gain, some little glimpses of meaning that can be extracted, you know? But this... I see. You do realize that you've just confirmed for us your chimney escapade. What? That's totally unfair. You tricked me, Edgy. Hardly. You simply have yet to master how to counter this cross-examination technique. Well, what I just said was a slip of the... No, I mean, I said the wrong thing. Besides, isn't this what you really mean to say? Isn't this what you really mean to say about what I did tonight? It's a mistaken identity, and that mistake, and you're late for the speech. I'm not quite sure how you could mistake that actress for this lady.
Oh, Edgy Poo, are you staring at me? Oh, you're finally succumbing to my feminine charms.
I should think that the Steel Samurai is the one who should know all about your charms.
What? Me? Edgy, what are you trying to do to me?
Nothing. Simply that the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess are husband and wife.
Oh, is my poor little Edgy Boo a little jealous?
If you could please drop that line of discussion right this instant.
But Edgy, I told you I already have Mindy.
Speaking of Mindy, exactly what kind of woman would you say she is?
Edgy, are you seriously telling me you don't know who the Mindy is? She's just like what her name means. She's super sweet with a great smile. I don't mean to brag, but she's one of the troop's fastest rising stars.
Interesting.
So you're saying a woman like that is what made you late into the speech?
Huh? Curse you too! Why does everyone have to make a suspect out of me? Look, all I can say is this. I was late to the speech.
I'm going insane over here. Oh my god.
Hold it!
I suppose you might be able to correct. You might be correct in a small way.
What do you mean by that?
Besides being a suspect in a murder, there are a few other things you are a suspect of.
Oh, not you too, Francie.
You tried to stop me, but I won't let you intimidate me like that.
Look, I already told you, Miss Oldbeck. I wasn't after you. I was trying to see Mindy.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, can I just arrest this guy already?
I completely understand how you feel, Agent Lang.
Wait, please listen to what I have to say.
If you have a serious assertion to make, then I'd consider listening. However,
No problem. I'm gonna put it all into this, so listen good, okay?
I would never put myself through so much humiliation on purpose. Larry, this is the final point you wish to make.
You got it. I've called it all the energy I have and soul and told it to you with all my soul.
In that case, let me to take that soul and break it.
Edgeworth, he might maybe hold back a little bit. He might actually end up killing himself.
Yes, we'll stamp it under our feet until it's been ground to a fine powder.
A fine powder? Ah!
If you really put all your soul into that, then you're ready for what's coming, right? In place of the Honorable Larry, I offer my soul to you.
Larry, come out of there and face this like a man.
You're scary, my liege.
This whole testimony is one giant confession of all that he's done tonight. He's practically begging me to show why he bothered to put himself through all this. I mean, yeah, it's gotta be the letter, right? Larry, don't even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter.
Hey! Why are you showing that thing to me, man?
Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving knight. Well, isn't that just romantic? But you weren't able to descend on her from above, were you, Mr. Loving Knight?
Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember a thing.
You can pretend to be ignorant all you'd like, but it's written right here. This letter proves that you were not out to meet the old lady, but rather that you were attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit. Part of this letter shows the person Larry had intended to meet was Mindy. The name.
Take that!
Larry, I suggest you take up penmanship lessons. That is, if you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again.
What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English!
You wrote Mindy so sloppily that it became Wendy to the average eye.
Hey, stop picking on me! It's so embarrassing!
There. Isn't that what childhood friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? For punching. But that will have to wait until we're off this crime scene.
Edgy, save me from the scary man!
Sure, if you're willing to make amends, starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistake.
That wasn't me!
Come again?
It's a fake! Someone out to get me! And they made that fake letter! To set me up!
Accept your defeat graciously.
You guys are being so mean!
Penmanship analysis.
What's that?
No matter who, all people have certain unique features to their handwriting. Ergo, all you have to do is compare this handwriting in this letter to a sample of yours. And we'll know soon enough who it was that sent this letter.
I'll never write another thing in my life!
Hold it!
That's no use, Mr. Loving Knight, for you've already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting. The autograph! This autograph and our mysterious letter. If you compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our question soon enough. It is really bad. Like... yeah... Worried, yeah, that's the I that looks like an E. Samurai. The M that looks like a W. It's all here. It's actually incredible. Every time. The Wan of Neo Tokyo. Jesus. It's actually some of the worst handwriting I've ever seen. It's actually incredible. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure.
I'm sorry. I did it. It was me causing trouble again. I admit it. You hit the nail right on the head, Edgy.
So he finally confesses.
I saw the big princess being carried around in a stretcher and I got worried, all right? I wanted to go into Mindy's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So what choice did I have? It was the chimney or bust, Edgy.
Your mind jumped from the door to the chimney. What a criminally overactive imagination.
Well, at least I was honest and wrote Mindy a letter and stuck it under the door. That way she would be so shocked when I came down through the chimney.
Except for the fact that the letter was an utter failure at conveying said sentiment.
I'm really, really sorry.
Larry, you may be a shameful, good-for-nothing blight on the face of humanity.
Jesus Christ! I'm screenshotting that. Holy fuck.
Low tier prosecutor. Jesus Christ. Oh no, I got him with his eyes closed. Hold on. Here we go. Oh my god. Oh. Hold on, I'm gonna go post this on the Discord real quick. Low tier prosecute. Beautiful. Okay, saving that one for later. However, I always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me, because at the very least, I can attest to that about you.
Gee, here.
We've lost a lot of valuable time because of you.
That's what I've been saying. Ow!
Fucking clown show. In any case, I believe we can say that we now know exactly what happened. Mr. Larry Butts sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of an elderly lady next door.
Great job, Miss Prosecutor. Although I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. But the suspicion of that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet, so don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay?
Oh, well, hey, what? Edgy, what does the Wolfman mean when he says I'm not off the hook yet?
It means the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head.
That's exactly what I mean. We can't only rely on the words of the suspect after all. We may have figured out what he was doing, and where he was, and what he was doing all night, with the blood-stained samurai sword that was left at the crime scene. As long as there was no satisfactory explanation for that, this wolf will refuse to ease up on the bite.
Edgy, that guy, he looked to be serious about taking a bite out of me.
I'm well aware, and you should be as well, that this upcoming battle will be crucial.
Thanks to the cooperation of our lovely bumbler, we have been dealt a very nice hand and a sweet trump card. Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you got.
I can easily point out the contradiction of the supposed murder weapon, but the real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. This will be a high-stakes gamble, but this is one game I can't afford to lose. Alright! Let's get to the actual meat and potatoes of the case. Thank fuck. Okay. Why Larry?
I was the one who found the body of the victim, Damas II. Beside it was the samurai sword, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner, the suspect, Larry Butts, in here too.
I'm sure you did. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership?
But the owner wanted to sneak onto the crime scene. I think that's plenty to go on, don't you?
If you're alluding to his reason for being by the chimney, we've already established that.
Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are longtime friends, right? Who's to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi?
You're accusing me of fabricating evidence? That is a touchy subject for Edgeworth. You do not want to go there. After SL9? Oof!
You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do.
This man has some serious issues with prosecutors.
But come on, I can't think of something as complicated as that, right, Edgy?
Larry, I can't agree because I know you and your personality well. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you, or me for that matter. I sense his hatred for my entire profession emanating from his entire being, meaning the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence. But first, we're gonna press him.
Hold it!
You did you? So you were the first person to discover the body this time.
This time? What's that supposed to mean? You better watch what you say.
I only said this time because earlier, Kay was the first to discover the body in Babal. And your secretary, Agent Shih-na, was ready to accuse her of murder for that.
Huh! So you're going to use the exposure to call me suspicious?
I believe this is a classic case of self-report, Agent Lang.
Huh! So you're just gonna use that excuse to call me sus now? Come on, Edgeworth. I'm not gonna let you eject me that easily.
Of course not. I was simply pointing out the usual pattern with discoverers of bodies.
But in the Babahlese case, there was proof that she was holding the weapon, right? Well, this one, it's a bit different, since we know exactly where the weapon is.
Samurai sword glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. Excuse me, but glittering red and offering up the scent of blood.
Do I have to spell it out for you? I mean the sight and smell of blood, of course. And according to the test, the blood of the sword belongs to the victim. The sword is made to only be used on stage, so it's not sharp. But it is pretty weighty. It's certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with. So leads me to suspect the victim was beaten to death with the sword.
Beaten to death, huh? This last statement is too important to just let it slip by.
Hold it!
So the sword is covered in the victim's blood.
Yeah, the lab result confirmed that the blood on the sword matches the victim's. The sword is as dull as a vanilla envelope. It's a stage prop after all.
The Steel Samurai is all about safety first, so you can't use it like a real sword.
The Steel Samurai has spoken. The Pink Princess also appears to have something she'd like to petition to you personally. What the Pink Princess would like to say can wait for the day after eternity.
Anyway, my point is that even though the sword is too dull to slice with, it's certainly heavy enough to bludgeon someone to death with. Therefore...
Beat the victim to death with that thing. But I thought he died of... I thought it was stabbing. I guess we don't have an autopsy report on this side.
Hold it!
About this samurai sword, have you received a report from the forensics yet?
They confirmed that the blood of the sword belonged to the victim.
Alright, but have they confirmed that the outline of his wound is consistent with the weapon?
Tell me something. Do you see the dead body right there in front of you? So, if they were conducting the autopsy right now, shouldn't that body not be here? Well...
I suppose so. I guess they must still be investigating this room. Meaning that it's possible they don't know about that piece of evidence's true nature.
Anything else you'd like to chit-chat about? No? Good, let's continue.
That piece of evidence? What is he referring to? Could the knife have been? Ink, foot of the Steel Samurai. Samurai sword, the samurai spear, maybe? So sorry, I found it here instead. Larry has already testified that he forgot the samurai sword here. Yeah, I was shaking hands with the ambassador here, and I left it behind by accident.
So what? You lied earlier. So who's to say that this excuse isn't just another lie?
But I forget stuff all the time, right, Edgy? Tell him!
Why don't you tell him yourself? You see, what did I tell you earlier? No one will buy such a pathetically weak excuse. Yes, well, I know that it's impossible to prove such an excuse is truth.
And if you offer it up as fact, you're a worse person than I originally thought.
You're free to think what you'd like. However, I know that Larry is not the killer. Agent Lang, please continue with your argument. I'll expose the flaw in it soon enough. Our weapons owner, the suspect Larry butts in here too. That is pretty damning, I will admit. Just because he is the owner of the weapon, therefore he must be the killer, is it?
No, climbing all the way up to the chimney is plenty suspicious in my book as well.
Regarding that, I've already drawn the truth out, and the truth is one thing I don't bend.
It doesn't matter if it is you or whoever, you prosecutors are all the same. As for me, prosecutors are the one thing I don't trust in.
An agent who doesn't trust prosecutors? What are you playing at?
Sorry, sis, but there are only two things I trust. My subordinates and evidence at the crime scene.
Agent Lang hates prosecutors, but as long as he trusts evidence that has been left at the crime scene, then there is something that can show that he can believe in. It's simply not possible that Samurai Sword is the real murder weapon. So I should focus on proving that point to Agent Lang first. Okay. That's true. Steel Samurai Sword covered in the victim's blood. That is also true. He beat the victim to death with that thing. That's true. That's true. So it's gotta be this. He beat the victim to death with that thing. But we don't have the body. We don't have an autopsy report to say that it wasn't bludgeoning or something, you know? Prosecutor's badge, the embassy guide, the Steel Samurai autograph. Grimduck statue, Nelson Coach's body, Alabahstian knife, Atagarasu key, Godolphian paper document, Ellie's knife handle. Counterfeit bills, the ink, photo of the Steel Samurai. Permaduck statue, samurai sword. That's it. We can't actually investigate it. After the Permaduck statue. Samurai sphere. Mindy, the Pink Princess actress who fell ill. Think of a bad partnership. Samurai dogs. Yeah, I'm not sure. Could it be... So the samurai spear, which is hollow, and therefore we should assume that the sword is hollow too, and therefore if you tried to bludgeon someone to death, it would just bend like the spear? Is that what we're trying to do here? That's the only thing I can think of, right? Either that or the missing knife, maybe. But if we're assuming it's bludgeoning, right? Then it wouldn't work as the samurai spear, because it would have bent just like the samurai spear, right? Objection! Yes! Do you know what this is, Agent Lang?
Huh. It's a long spear, right? We used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago.
I mean, pretty much any country that wanted to win a war used spears, because they're just better than swords in every way possible.
Piercing, mowing people down. Spears are the weapons of heroes throughout history.
It's the next most effective weapon after the whip. There's also guns. And nuclear and thermonuclear warheads. I think the whip is in a slightly different category.
So what's your point? Are you gonna tell me that the spear is the real weapon?
No, I simply want you to take a look at this section here.
The way it's bent.
Precisely. Apparently a certain troublemaker hit it against the wall in this embassy earlier. As you can clearly see, the inside of the Steel Samurai's weapons are hollow. In other words, they're replicas that aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow, let alone multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet there's not even a dent in the samurai sword. How do you explain that?
Oh yeah, the sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. But I wish they'd make them out of better stuff, because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. And I got such an earful from the director of the play for not doing it in the show.
The Steel Samurai special move was changed tonight because of him? Edgeworth is just fucking having a mental breakdown over Larry ruining his favorite show. This is incredible. Ow! That's more than enough out of your whiny whimpering. Now, back to the topic of the spear. Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a real strategy per se, so all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may. Oh, he's going for the Phoenix strategy, okay. Using guesswork and taking risk in place of real logic is hardly the Von Karma way. It's either smart nor very clever. Miss Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I am not a genius prosecutor. Plus, I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken. Oh, so your father literally used forged evidence and murdered people, so I don't think we want to turn to him, for example. But perhaps it is for the best if it remains unbroken. For no one should have conceived of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place. There's my boy! Look, he's gotten his character development is so good. What a foolishly foolish statement from a foolish fool who hates to lose. It's the job of a prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There is nothing more important in this world than a perfect victory. And that may be your opinion. However, I don't believe that's all we are. Lang is like, what the fuck? As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk towards the truth.
You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor. But you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed Moss II without bending it. So what do you think of a hypothetical scenario? Do you know what to do here, and what you need?
Of course, what I need is evidence even Agent Lang can refute. This is it. Time to bring this to a close.
Alright. Let's finish this.
Why Larry Part 2.
The possible use of the samurai sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is still on that weapon, only on that weapon. So isn't it only natural that suspicion would fall onto the owner of said weapon?
How long do you intend to cling onto that preposterous theory?
As long as I want, because we examined every corner within the walls of this embassy. There's no stone we've left unturned. But we managed to come up with only one logical conclusion. The only place inside this embassy with the victim's blood on it is this sword.
You left no stone unturned. Is that a fact?
If you've got something to say, then say it the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor.
Yes, of course. In that case, let me make it crystal clear for you. I'm not even sure where this is going. Like, the only place they wouldn't have checked would be the Primadux statues, because you're not allowed to touch them, right? Possibly use a samurai sword to kill someone. How? May I inquire as to how you're able to make such a claim, Agent Lang?
Like she says, capable of miracles beyond comprehension, a mysterious creature is man.
Rather than man, it's Agent Lang's quotes that are getting increasingly incomprehensible. Jesus Christ, is this what Wright had to deal with when dealing with that idiot Goddo? Oh my god, I cannot even begin to imagine. I would have gone insane.
The human body is a mysterious thing, even with a toy-like sword. It's easy to kill a man if you hit him in the right spot. Which is why I think it's possible to kill with this thing without leaving a dent.
Hold it!
But we can only be sure one way or another by seeing if the wound matches the sword.
Huh, I know that. But as long as it's a possibility, I can proclaim it as much as I like. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion.
Hold it!
But you must know that your conclusion is wrong.
Given the circumstances I'm in, the only people I can trust are my subordinates. And because they're a much more trustworthy bunch than you prosecutors will ever be.
You call yourself a professional.
You still don't see, do you, Mr. Prosecutor? You have to earn my trust. And the only way to do that is to show me proof of another possible murder weapon.
Another possible weapon. In this room, there's only one other thing left. There's going to be a gamble, but I can't withdraw from the game now.
You're not going to get me to trust you with the power of your glare alone, you know that? Plus, I have other reasons to why I think the samurai sword is a murder weapon.
Hold it!
The only place where you could find blood was on the samurai sword.
That's right. Even with luminol. It means that there are no other possibilities outside of what I've already outlined.
I have a problem with Agent Lang's assertion that samurai sword is the weapon. Not yet. Perhaps I should wait and see how this plays out for a bit longer. Agent Lang, if I could be so kind as to continue with your testimony.
Huh.
The suspicion would fall onto the owner of said weapon. And what if you were to find a different murder weapon? Would that clear Larry's name?
Are you saying you can prove the possibility?
Of course. If you don't believe that I can, then I'll show you something, convince you. Evidence you cannot refute.
Sounds like fun, Mr. Prosecutor. Alright then, go ahead and show me what you got.
I can prove that the possibility that the murder weapon is something else. But I cannot do so on my strength alone. Miles Edgeworth, what are you running straight into a quagmire for? I thought you said you were busy in pursuit of the perfect truth. And if that's the case, then show me this perfect truth, if it exists at all. Don't worry, thanks to you, I've already prepared myself to do just that. There's no need to thank me, I'm simply doing what any good superior would do. I suppose you are. Very well then, I'll show you the possibility of a different murder weapon. Alright. Oh! Alright, let's raise an objection.
Hold it.
Let's do it. If you believe that there is no other door of possibility left to open, then allow me to force one to open for you.
Huh. How do you plan to do that?
By showing you what may possibly be the real murder weapon.
The real murder weapon? I hate to repeat myself, but my men have already searched every last inch of this embassy, and they've concluded that nothing else could have been used as a weapon. Knowing these facts, do you still want to press forward with your little hypothesis?
Of course. It is not possible that your men inspected everything in their investigation. The primitive statue.
What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games. I don't appreciate it when people like you slander my men.
I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that their investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely, that there is something your men couldn't even lay a finger on. And that item is the real murder weapon.
Alright then, I'll play along for now. This real weapon that killed Damas II. What exactly is it?
It's one hell of a gamble, Edgeworth, but you know what? This is the right method. The murder weapon a single person has yet to touch is Alabahstian's Primiduct statue. The national treasure of Alabahst.
Do you mean the Primiduct statue?
Yes, and as you know, only the ambassador and his secretariat may touch it. Which I believe means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct?
You know very well that if we did that, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Alabahst and the Republic of Babal. The two countries' precious relationship teeters in the balance over a stupid fight relating to a sovereignty statue. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined.
Agent Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction of the statue is facing just before and after the crimes are different. And there's only one conclusion I can draw for that.
Go look for Ambassador Alba and get him to give us the okay to examine the statue. Chifu, you can't listen to this infidel's words! He's most definitely trying to trick you. Chifu, please, let's be rational about this. Urgh. Like she says, just go already. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I do feel like Lang also cares about, like, uncovering the truth, so... Like, he's definitely got a bone to pick with prosecutors, and his methods I don't really agree with, but I think deep down he is a good person who does want to uncover the truth, so.
Yeah. I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission for us to examine the primitive statue. I see.
Wait, but then the investigation is at a standstill. Agent Lang, I'll go and speak with the ambassador personally.
Save your breath. He may act all weak and frail, but that old man is one tough cookie. But I guess you gotta be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know?
Agent Lang,
What do you want? Just hurry up and examine the statue already. What? But Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet! And I'll take the fall if I have to later.
Agent Lang, the hypothesis is mine, so if someone is to take the responsibility, let it be me.
Responsibility? If we're gonna talk in such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It'd be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. Alright then. Less talk, more investigating.
If you want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Lang, I'd like you to run a luminal chemiluminescence test on the statue.
A luminal test. Good thinking. If the statue is the murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay, let's get the forensics team in here. Looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means the real weapon that killed Master Moss II.
Indeed.
I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This is let your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill Master Moss II, so the charge remains.
We're hardly done examining this statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that it is the murder weapon, I believe further examination is required.
You think so? Okay then, knock yourself out.
Alright, let's go break some international laws. Yeah. On closer inspection, it really does look a lot like the Steel Samurai. Hey, maybe that's why they chose him to be the Goodwill Ambassador. I actually can't discredit that hypothesis. Maybe the people in this embassy just really like the Steel Samurai. That's absolutely preposterous. I don't think that unlikely. You mustn't go around denouncing people's opinions. And yet look at how easily you discredit mine. And not that I care why you chose him. Oh, Frankie's jealous. With this sword drawn and ready, there's a certain aura of valor around him.
Lang Chi says, those who hold the sword hold an equally strong will. It's said the weapon of one holds reflects the strength and will of one's character.
I wonder if this was created as a show of the country's majesty.
Oh, what does Frenzy Whip say about her?
Oh, what does Francie's whip say about her character? It says I'm ready to exact punishment of those who would break the law. Why are you glaring at me? I thought you understood that I'm not the killer. I believe in your case, he wishes to be exact punishment before anything else happens. I mean, probably a good precaution, yeah? There's a shield on his back. I wonder if it's supposed to mean that his back is covered.
Lang Shi says, those with a shield on their back deflect all enemies behind them. It means that he is ready for any blindside attacks that may come his way.
Agent Lang, there's no need to attach overly complex meanings to such a simple thing.
Huh, you didn't seem to get Lang Shi's saying, so I was just explaining it to you.
The saying itself is what I was referring to when I said overly complex, you know? Oh! A massive handprint. Okay.
Nah. And what do we have here? A sturdy smudge. It looks like a handprint. That's a definitive bit of evidence, like you doing under here. Looks like we've got some fingerprints to analyze.
Yeah. Worst case scenario, these prints belong to Larry. But it looks like it's too late for me to do anything about that now.
Hey, forensics guy. Want a result of these fingerprints ASAP, you hear me?
Where's Emma to run our forensic analysis? Give me back Emma! Is it lying? I believe the analysis result. I have the analysis results, sir.
Good. And?
Sir, about the prints we lifted from the bottom of the statue.
Well, you know the victim of the murder in the Babahlese embassy? The prints belong to him, to Mr. Manny Cochin, sir. But that's... What's going on around here?
No, that's impossible. Each Primiduck statue can only be handled by someone of that country. But by the very fact that Mr. Cochin's fingerprints are on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babal's Primiduck statue. They were swapped? But like... Here, can we actually examine the statue in more detail? But like, I could have sworn the flower emblem was on its chest. So it's clearly the so it's clearly the Alabahstian one, right? Impossible! It can't be!
Yeah!
Larry never once set foot on Babahlese soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information can only serve to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed with an Alabahstian knife in Babal. And Damas II was killed with an Alabahstian soil with Babal's national treasure. And the mystery of the great thief Yatagarasu who visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I had yet to see the big picture they were to form. Yeah, I have no idea where this is going. It just seems like we just have more questions and no fucking answers, dude. Oh my god. Alright. We're gonna take this opportunity to take a little bit of a break because we've been at this for just about 2 hours and we finished, and you know we're at the end of a chapter, or start, I suppose. So this is a good spot to take a quick break. So I'm gonna go get we are gonna continue. Don't worry about that. I'm gonna go get just get myself something to eat, something to drink maybe, and then we'll be right back.
さえ綺麗に君を映すお別れの日はいつしか訪れるできることならやり直そう Just you and me でもダメさ放って向かう途中その角を左にハンドル切れば裁判所そうこれから始まるスリルに酔いしれようか裁判所君と飲むはずの掃除ドッグ今乾きやすキューティー一つこの愛の行方そいつは風に聞くかむしろおでこくんに聞いておくれよ誰も
All right, we are back. Hi, Bluetooth. How's it going? It's been a while. Let me let the chat on my phone once again. All right. Turn off the Guilty Gear music, and yeah, let's continue. I'm really interested to see how this case is gonna go because it feels like it's really like complex. A lot of different angles to it, and we're finally starting to see the connections between what happened in Alabahstian and what happened in Babahlese. So let's see. March 14, 2:21 p.m. Open air stage. Oh, I paused. There you go. I've left the mosque second investigation to Francisca and returned to Babal. As my first order of business would be to look into Babal's statue. Mr. Edgeworth! So, okay, what's the situation? Oh, it's great. Investigating is so much fun! In other words, they've made absolutely no progress. And we weren't goofing off, honest, sir. And we've been investigating our hearts out. Very well, then, would you care to give me an update on your investigation? Oh, well, we've had a real fun time, sir. I knew it. Zero progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir? You have permission to enter the Alabahstian embassy, is that correct? Yeah. As a local detective, I'm helping out with investigations on both sides, sir. Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. They belong to the lady in the Pink Princess's mask. Hey, Pink Princess? Yeah, what kind of lady was playing her, sir? The kind that was also playing the role of Pink Badger yesterday. Oh, no! My man, he realized he not built for this! Hold on, I'm screenshotting that face because it's a perfect it's perfect to make an emoji for the server. Shoe. What? Alright. Oh, understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. If I don't, then I guess I'll unload them somewhere. He doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Evidence that has lost their value given to Detective Gumshoe. Now that I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either. What? Are you really gonna throw that autograph away? Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Steel Samurai scrunched into a ball! No! I'm gonna go call up Will Powers as soon as we're done with this case and getting a proper fucking autograph from a man who knows how to fucking write. Wait, what? What do you mean by fake? Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Okay, so they've rearranged some shit here. And oh shit, we've gotten rid of quite a lot of evidence. Nice. That's nice. I really like that. That we're getting rid of some of the evidence that we don't need because it's just gonna fucking clog up our court record, you know? Hey, do you detect the scent of treasure coming from this bush? The scent of treasure? Not at all. Mr. Edgeworth, you're totally not with it. I'm not with it? No, and it's important for both thieves and prosecutors to be energetic. After a thief like you, but that level of energy is unbecoming of a prosecutor. You really think so? That prosecutor we met at Gateway Land seemed to be pretty active. Oh, well, he's not a prosecutor anymore. See how everything just naturally balances out? He's a murderer. Yeah. How's the investigation going to the Babahlese Secretariat's office, Kay? Well, even though we found a few treasures, they've all been pretty much burnt to a crisp. Treasure is a terrible thing to waste. Anyway, is there anything else I should know about? Oh, that's right. You know what I found in that office? A wooden bear carving. It's so cute. Can I have it? Huh? Can I? No, of course you can't. From the sound of things, it appears that there's been no progress in the investigation. There, do we have anything new to present to her? I think we'll go through the gamut just in case. Oh, this is the prosecutor's badge. This proves that you're a real prosecutor, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Precisely. Well, I've got one too. Mine's the Yatakarasu badge. But if you walk around with that on your scalp all the time, all you're doing is proclaiming to the world that you're a thief. Well, like I said, the Yatakarasu is noble. And because I'm full of righteousness, there's no need for me to be all sneaky. Even if you're honorable, a thief is a thief, right? Yeah, none of these are gonna change, but some of these might be new, so the Alabahstian knife, maybe. Okay, about this piece of evidence. Huh? May I really have it? But you know, as the Yatakarasu, it'd be bad if I couldn't get this by myself. Sorry, but I have no intention of giving you this piece of evidence. Oh, really? I guess I misunderstood. I feel like I've had a very similar conversation with someone else before. Gumshoe, I think? Kadofian paper document. Babahlese knife handle. The counterfeit bills. The ink. The passion flowers? I mean, I wouldn't expect her to know anything about that, but I'm just going through all the new evidence. And yeah, Kay, were you aware that a second legendary thief showed up tonight and was subsequently murdered? But not only that, actually, no, this is actually a good point. The Master Moth, the real Master Moth, is now a vigilante that fights crime. If I remember correctly from Recipe for Turnabout, it's mentioned in a newspaper article, right? Whereas here we have this fake Master Moth that is going around committing crimes. So we have a good Master Moth and an evil fake Master Moth. Just like with Yatakarasu, where we had, well, first Kay's father and now Kay, who are thieves that work for good, and then we have the fake Yatakarasu, Callisto Yu, that is evil. So it's an interesting parallel there, you know? Oh, really? I guess I misunderstood. It's about the samurai dogs, right? But see, I'm a jamming ninja fan. So while I would love to have one, I'm gonna be strong and resist the urge. Well then, how about we slowly enjoy them after we crack the case? Okay, fine, you twisted my arm. Let's indulge. I assure you, Kay, these samurai dogs are high-quality products. So much far superior to anything your jamming ninja could ever procure. A ladder. Actually, that's a step ladder. Wait! Everyone drop everything! Drop everything! I didn't even notice! I didn't even fucking notice! I'm so out of it! How did I not notice? I should have noticed as soon as I saw it! Everyone drop everything! It's happening! It's happening! It's happening right now! It's happening right now! They're the exact same thing! No way! From their structure up, they're totally different. But of course, from a thief's perspective, the best kind of ladder is the rope ladder. The step ladder is much too heavy to carry around after all. And from a prosecutor's perspective, any type of ladder is guilty of being dangerous during an earthquake. Oh no, Edgeworth! His PTSD is coming up. I can't believe I didn't notice the step ladder. I was wondering when we'd get a step ladder dialogue in the game, and I completely forgot about it. Because it's they really saved it for the very end, didn't they? Huh? Bags full of cement powder are stacked up here. I suppose they're up for renovation. Yeah, because I don't smell a drop of gold here, and any other treasure for that matter. Okay, the only scent you should detect in a place like this is the smell of sweat. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, it was a pretty good play on words there. Gummy, don't randomly jump into one of our dialogues like that. Are you eavesdropping on us, Detective Gumshoe? No, it's not like that, sir. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth! You look like you're enjoying yourself, Detective. Yeah, well, I don't have much else today that I enjoy as much as a good investigation, sir. So, what did you find out? Well... I take it he has found nothing of any particular use, as usual. Sit rep. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got something real interesting from Ambassador Paleno. Oh, and what is it? What is this something interesting? And this, sir. Wow, that's so pretty. I'm so jealous. A real treasure there. Why does the flame burn green, Detective? And so apparently, if you burn special wick crystal oil that they only make in Babal, it burns this green color. Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. Was this a ploy to force people to visit Babal so the oil run out? Hey, Gummy, what about those silhouettes? Hey, he stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern so it project images. Oh, silhouettes, huh? They're rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation. Hey, what's wrong, sir? There's something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you can do that much? No, you got it, sir. Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff? Yeah, well, it's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner. I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as assistant. I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. Silhouette lantern runs on wit crystal oil, which is the same thing that's made in the ink. Burns green. It's a Babahlese souvenir. Interesting. Well, I got some new evidence for you to look at. What do you notice about this piece of evidence, Detective? Yeah, well, I don't really sense anything special about it. But the embassy's a different story. I see. I'm not really sensing anything special from you either, sir. Well, I'm sensing a special look at your monthly salary, Detective. Oh, why? Oh, me and my big mouth. The Alabahstian statue. The Master Mask note. Samurai spear. Samurai. Hey, wow, those look really good, sir. Can I have one? Don't you dare line your stomach with the evidence. Come to think of it, the dog detective Gumshoe takes care of just ate up and ate a samurai dog earlier as well. Poor little dog slowly coming to resemble his handler. It's a souvenir from Babal. It's a silhouette lantern. By the by, how much is it? It's really expensive, sir. About as expensive as my coat. No, I see. So it's about the average price of a cheap souvenir. Ouch, sir! Yeah, well, you know, it's really expensive when my salary is like 3 cents a month. No, detective, that's a lie. Your salary is 3 cents plus a 2-cent bonus for good work. Yeah, but I never get the bonus, sir. Well, that's because you never do any good work. That's not my fault, is it? Ah, so you're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, with these you can eat whatever you'd like. And these are discount tickets for our cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern, however, these coupons do nothing for me right now. Yeah, but free lunch. This open-air stage, what function does it serve exactly? Well, normally we use it for a variety of events. It's all to attract the extra bit of attention to Babal. I heard that tonight over in the Alabahstian Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. And you know what? Manny told me that I really should give a speech too. Mr. Cochin told you that? Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to. Because of the fire the Yatagarasu started. Exactly. Ambassador Paleno, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Primaduck statue. Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that Alabahstian and Babahlese used to be one country called Cadofia? Yes, I know that much about your history. Well, the Primaduck statue belonged to the founders of Cadofia. At least that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed unto the king of Cadofia as a symbol of the country's wealth. So it was meant to be a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it. Yes, that's right, which is why both countries are so adamant about the claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule, is the reasoning. It's pretty petty when you think about it, though, I suppose. But if Alabahstian and Babal were to establish relations, should that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The Primaduck statue is even more important now as a key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Paleno knows. Does he know? About what has happened to the very important key to diplomacy. Perhaps I should try showing this key and see what he has to say about it. Okay, so that's the next. So that's how we progress this then. Ambassador Paleno, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you about. Yes, oh, and don't worry, you can ask me more than just one thing. How about 2 or 3? In exchange, I expect you'll be coming to Babal, yes? Thank you, but just the one thing. But just the one thing is all I require. Manny Cochin, I'd like to ask you more about this man who was your secretary. Sure, I'll tell you what I know. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador. He was, well, if I had to put it in one word, he was an able man. If there was ever anything I needed as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that a man like that had a hand in a smuggling ring right under my nose, going completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose because he was an able man, I was unable to detect his dirty dealings. It sounds like Mr. Cochin had a very sharp mind. Recently, Manny had been really busy. Since I became the Babahlese representative at the Country Unification Council, he's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me. I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Oh, well, you see, had tonight's events proceeded without a hitch, our 2 countries were to reunify and become one again. But I guess with how things turned out, that dream won't be realized anytime soon. I suppose not. Especially if, like, the Primaduck statue was stolen, that could really throw a wrench into those negotiations. Having a real time of cleaning up in there after the fire. Especially to stay out here and investigate the stage more then. Just looking at these scaffolds makes me want to climb them. I recommend that you do not try. There was a fire burning here until not too long ago. Yeah, but I think enough time has passed, so it should be alright. Thief Child says, if there's a height to be scaled, then scale it you must! Starting from Thief Child, would you care to explain what you just said? Nah, I don't care. I don't want to. Fine. It would appear that the stage is also scheduled to be renovated. would love to perform on a stage like this. Something like the greatest great thief show. I should think it would be a bad idea for a thief to show the face to the world. Already shown everything to Gumshoe. We haven't shown the lantern to Kay. Okay, how about this piece of evidence? Huh? May I? Really have it? No. Same thing as always. Great. We've got a couple of things to show them. Oh dear, if people were to find out that a murder occurred at our embassy, the number of tourists would plummet. As for the revenues, it'd be a disaster. What are we going to do? It really does seem worried. Perhaps I'd refrain from bringing this up. Those passion flowers? Ambassador Palermo, I was wondering if you might have some thoughts on this. I think that you would know more about the case than I. So let me make it up to you for not knowing anything about that with these coupons. Thank you, however, I feel I must decline. I mean, honestly, Edgeworth, you should just accept the coupons. By the time you're done with the investigation, you'll basically be able to do an all-expenses-paid trip to Babal. Might be a good, destination wedding for you and Wright, you know? That's what we need to show him, so we'll wait on it. Samurai dogs. And then the lantern. Babahlese ink consists mostly of white crystal oil. When lit, the oil in the ink burns a bright yellow green. It makes for a great science experiment. Here, give it a try with this. Yes, well, I understand your enthusiasm, but the amount you gave me earlier is enough. I see. That's too bad. In that case, once I give you a few more of these coupons, I've got plenty. I have plenty of those too. Where is he conjuring those from? He keeps them in his hair. Alright, let's show him the statue. Ambassador Palermo, if you could please take a look at this for me. The Primiduck statue sitting in Alabahst right now actually belongs to Babal. So it would appear. I received a call from Ms. Von Karma about this earlier. Then you will understand why I wish to inspect Babal's Primiduck statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession. Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself. And it's definitely Alabahst statue. I know because it's the real statue. Then you're saying that Babal's was a replica. I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babal, and I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight. To say that we could not determine which statue was the real one. Why are you telling me this? Well, because you already figured it out! Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babal were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important. I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right? If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either. I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic? Hey, where are you going? Are you heading back to Alabahst? Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened. Oh, I see. So interesting. Babal's was fake the whole time, and Palermo just knew and was just lying. So, there's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country. That's the gist of it. Babal is just as strict as Alabahst in their inspection of the people and things that enter their country, meaning that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the two countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries. You mean the fake Yatagarasu? In one way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected. Of this I'm sure. Now then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? I believe it was the rose garden on the Alabahstian side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of this boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was given a speech tonight. At least that's where I heard the Yatagarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it's vital I investigate the rose garden post-haste. Wait, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. What is that? Is that the missing piece from the knife that I noticed earlier? My guess is that it's a guitar pick. Picked it up just now over there. You think it'll be of any use? There's a little water on it. How did water get on it? It doesn't look like there's anything it could get wet from around here. I was thinking, they have concerts here at this open-air stage from time to time, right? Alright, I'll find its owner later. It's like... Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Because, right? It looks like a guitar pick. It's also wet for some reason. This has got like the squiggly line and then the straight line, right? And it looks like a guy going like this. Kind of like that, yeah? And then if we look at the Alabahstian knife. Yep. That's where it comes from. Also, if that's the size of a guitar pick, that's like a pretty big pommel. Jesus. I feel like that would make the knife kind of unwieldy to use. Oh, hey, one more thing. Mr. Edgeworth, would you be willing to hold on to this? What is this? It's misused perfume. It's the bottle that a woman left behind, and that I found 7 years ago. I thought that one day it'd be of some use in tracking her down, so I kept it safe all this time. Missile! Someone call Missile! Where's my boy? Thank you. I'd be honored to hold onto it for you. Okay. I guess we're gonna have to sniff out Callisto used true identity then.
Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Please accept these courtesy of Ambassador Paleno. That's alright, I appreciate the sentiment, however, I must decline.
Come on, you might as well take them since he was nice enough to offer.
Thank you, and I hope you'll visit our embassy's cafeteria to redeem them.
It appears that Ambassador Paleno isn't the only one permanently handling these out. They've got the whole staff in on it. Oh, is there new dialogue for the Steel Samurai now that he knows it's Larry? There's a flat panel of VC on Rose Steel Samurai. Are you worried that if they leave the tapes out on the table like that, the Yatagarasu will make off with them? I honestly doubt the Yatagarasu would want to steal Steel Samurai videotapes. So you're wrong, the fake Yatagarasu may not want to steal them, so you never know with the real Yatagarasu! Please stop eyeing the tapes with that look of want in your eyes, though I'm glad you're starting to finally see the true superiority that the Steel Samurai holds over the jamming loser. I think I'll be returning to the investigation in Alabahst now, but... I know. I'll go back to Baba and do some more investigating there. Okay, so this is where the press conference was being held. I see you're back, Miles Edgeworth. Ah. The only person that would call me by my full name. How are things, Babal? Although I can't really say I expect much from Scruffy and that girl. The investigation into Manny Coach's death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation into the Yatagarasu has. Ah, yes, the Yatagarasu. Even now, I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely traverse between two countries at will? Preposterous! Well, that's what I came here to investigate. I heard that this is where the witness claimed to have seen the Yatagarasu. That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here in Alabahst. And that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. The shadow of the mysterious thief appeared, and just as suddenly, it vanished. After that, There's fire and the Babahlese embassy that the Yatagarasu started. I vow that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence. Let's get this shit. Ooh, what do we have in logic right now? The connected fireplaces. Yeah, that'll definitely come in handy later. We don't have any new evidence to show Frankie, but... Well, we have a couple of things. Maybe I want to ask about the investigation. The night in this very rose garden, the Alabahstian ambassador, Quercus Alba, was to give a commemorative speech. A very key commemorative speech at that. And including Agent Lang, the security detail was very tight. But as if to mock our efforts, the Yatagarasu appears. And just like that, the thief vanishes and starts a fire at the Babahlese embassy. Interesting. But are you sure it was the Yatagarasu who appeared here? Of course. But to have slipped by such tight security, and then disappear into thin air. We'll need to conduct a very thorough investigation of this area. Yes, my thoughts exactly. But all you saw was a silhouette. That could be accomplished with just a cardboard cutout and a lamp. You know, kind of like the silhouette lamp that we conveniently just got from Gumshoe. I mean, it wouldn't be that one because the light was clearly not green, but you know. In order to find it, but it's the same concept. In order to find out the truth behind what happened here, I should start by gathering as much information as I can. Hold on. Got some new developments in terms of the... Yep, it was a fake, the real one was swapped in. This one, Karma, what do you think about this? No. What about the fake one? I mean the real one. You've seen that, you've seen that. What about the silhouette lantern? Also, we never showed her the samurai dogs. Okay, nothing new to say. Got it. Well, speaking of a light, there we have it. That's gotta be the one, right? Is it possible that Yatagarasu hid in these bushes? Of course not. They're rose bushes. They've been spending so much time with Scruffy and that girl, they're rubbing off on you. But it's alright, I'll wake you out of your stupor. Now the next time you feel like sleepwalking, remember that I'll whip you for real. All I tried to do was offer up a possibility, and this is what I get. Now I know how Gumshoe must feel. Jesus Christ. How dare you make me empathize with that piece of trash? There's an overturned spotlight here. When the Yatagarasu appeared, the audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. I suppose that's since someone must have knocked it over. I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. I thought the use of my whip to capture the Yatagarasu. However, there were people in my way, and I was unable to land even a single lash. I suppose this means that some other poor saps were hit instead. Yeah, probably. A statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water. It says that it's a statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Primidux. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems you're lousy at reading a woman's heart. I opened my mouth about a statue and she somehow made the leap to that. And yes, I am! I'm gay! What the fuck do I know about reading a woman's heart? I've never had to do that before. There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just for aesthetics. Pool's water is also used in putting out fires. I see. Oh. And the pool stopped filling itself automatically. The fountain's paths are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level. It's just that this pool is recently used somehow in this embassy. Guess I'll take some notes about it just in case. Interesting. Ah! The fuck! No! dare you surprise me like that?
I'm sorry! Oh, hey, Edgy! Thanks for what you did back there.
Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment.
I know that. Do you really think that I'm the type to just jump into a pool and swim around for fun?
Alright then, did you by chance fall into the pool?
A nice guess, but no dice. So, you know my son, right, Edgy?
Your son?
I guess I kind of lost sight of him when I was shook hands with the ambassador. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was around when I last saw...
You imbecile, how can you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is the child of yours anyways? It's a fake doll used by the Steel Samurai stage play.
How old is he again?
Larry, this is the first I've heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother?
The mother? Oh, that chick, the pink princess.
The Pink Princess? Miss Von Karma, I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe that he's looking for the doll of the Iron Infant.
Yep, because I'm the Steel Samurai through and through, heart and soul. And the Iron Infant is my cute little son.
You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase, an astounding fool. Larry. Oh, he's just been standing in the pool this whole conversation! We have not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant. But rest assured that if we should find it, we'll let you know. Now get out of there.
Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over here. Hey, wait!
No. Well, it's not as if he'll get very far swimming around in that pool. Though he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. We do know that there was water on the piece of the knife that had gone missing, right? So I wonder if the knife fell into the pool somehow? Or maybe water from the pool was used to put out the fire on the other embassy side, maybe? Not sure. This statue bears a resemblance to the Primadux statue. The plaque says King Primadux and the battlefield. In order to save the queen, King Primadux put his life on the line and went to war. So Primadux was actually a person of royal blood. I thought it was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend. What that surprises me is that a real person who looked like the Steel Samurai existed. I suppose there's that too. More spotlights. There's the investigation proceeding on your end. Wang Shi says that's top secret. If you're going to attempt to imitate your superior, at least do it well. I suppose he believes in the accidental leakage of information.
Have you finished checking out all the bystanders?
Yes, sir. And we found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking. One person ran a light, sir.
Don't tell me you didn't find anything related to the case.
Sir, not a single thing, sir.
Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct.
Agent Lang,
Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor.
I'd just like to thank you for your assistance earlier.
Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did.
After I left, did you receive word from Ambassador Alba?
We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of today. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home for an urgent matter. As if I could be so easily called away from this case after I've come this far. I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Oh, we've become friends now! We'll talk to you in a second. I want to investigate the rest of the area first. There's Ambassador Alba sat in this chair. Ambassador Alba is very elderly. The chair was prepared for him should he have gotten tired during speech. In that case, why didn't he plan to make a speech sitting down in the first place? The ambassador's also quite prideful, that's why. It sounds like my old principal from grade school who'd speak at assemblies. Oh, we can't go onto the stage. So this is where Ambassador Alba was to give his speech. The stage was set up nicely, however. Where was the audience supposed to sit? Perhaps they were supposed to sit around the edge of the pool. With such poor planning. There's no other place than a spot or two by the pool. They really should have made a seating arrangement, like how the gallery is set up in court. Indeed, you can sense that consideration from the viewers was taken with those. So in the end, the speaker and his audience were to stand the whole time? Huh. Yes, although I suspect the audience would have liked to sit down after a while. Yeah, no choice but to speak to Lang here. You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time, so naturally you witnessed when the Yatagarasu appeared, correct?
Yeah, I saw the thief all right. My own 2 eyes. The Yatagarasu was always there, lurking in the shadows. When the spotlights were turned on for the Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's when cries of, "It's the Yatagarasu," rang out. The next second, the spotlight went out. By the time we got to the area lit again, the deaf thief had vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found out the reason the lights went out. Because someone had unplugged the extension plug for all the outdoor electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply guests who had tripped over it, we don't know. One thing is for certain, the Yatagarasu was here.
You're saying that basically all you saw was the thief's silhouette.
Yes.
That's not very convincing. If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else.
Ha! Good thinking, sis. You just might be right. For the fact there was no one else with the same shape. Not amongst the staff or the audience members.
How about a cardboard cutout? We wouldn't happen to have anything that could be passed off as the Yatagarasu, right? No, not really, but there might be something, you know?
My men have already done a thorough check on everyone, so I know I'm right.
Someone else's shadow? That sounds like a plausible hypothesis. Suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I've figured out its true origin. I expect nothing less from my subordinate. Now let's hear what you know on the subject. What really cast the shadow of the Yatagarasu? Well, this one is kneeling. This one is like crouched down, but it doesn't have like the wings, right? Where's the wings? I mean, this makes the most sense, right?
Take that!
The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. Is that possible that it was created by this statue? Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth? The statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You're correct, however, statue is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by only one part? Well, it's the other part of the real form of the Yatagarasu's shadow. Other part? I don't know. Statue and... the picture? Francisca, if you could take a look at this, don't you find it a bit suspicious? Not at all. As I thought. For you see, I was merely testing you just now. We have no time to waste on your pompous talk, so get with your explanation already! 3! Ah! I guess Francisca just couldn't understand my point. I need to think this through again. Now, the Yatagarasu shadow. There really is only one thing that can explain how it was cast. But it must be this. The spotlight? I mean, obviously it was using the spotlight, right? No. What am I supposed to use here? The second statue? It's another statue. The Yatagarasu shadow was made from the shadows of these two statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in panic state. However, if we were to restore the lights where they were when the thief appeared, you believe that the two shadows will create the Yatagarasu's shadow. Precisely. Well, then what? Now, then what does it reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu? First, he set up a spotlight to catch shadow on the King Primadux and the battlefield. Where did these come from? Shadow of the King's statue would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Like if he set a light on the Queen who spoke love to King Primadux. Silhouette would also appear on the backdrop to the stage. Aha! So if we were to combine the two shadows, it looks nothing like the Yatagarasu's shadow! Never let bro cook again! Nah! For a second I was like, are they gonna do some like Giga Brain shit? I was like, let him cook! What is he cooking? Nah, bro! He ain't cooking shit! Oh, God! Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Francisca. Where the light needs to be shown on the Queen's statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe that the whole of the King's shadow needs to be used for this work. However, in the case of the Queen, I believe it's her whole shadows. I don't believe her whole shadows needed. Just her fingers? The person who created the shadow only used one part. Only one part? Yes. The part alone is enough to fill in the rest of the Yatagarasu's shadow. Why did you say that in the first place? You're right, I apologize. What part of the Queen's statue is used to complete the Yatagarasu's shadow?
Take that!
Think back to what is missing in our shadow. 5 long, thin areas, correct? What does that remind you of? Ah! That's right, it can only be the shadow of the Queen's left hand. Francisca, can we adjust the spotlight's position? So that it only shines the Queen's left hand. Alright, let's give it a try and see what we get. That is not what those fingers look like. I'm sorry. Her fingers do not look like that. Her fingers do not like taper off into thin points like she has fucking claws. Hello? No, I'm sorry. This is bullshit. I'm sorry, Gabe. You've kind of lost me on this one. This is stupid. You could have just used the cardboard cutout here. That's all you needed.
This is exactly like the shadow I saw.
And like, yeah, like, this is the, right? These are the hand. This one is supposed to be the sword, right? This one is supposed to be the sword from King Primadox. But if you actually look at it, right? If you remember back when we were just shining the Primadox statues shape, you could see the hand holding the hilt of the sword. Like, you could see the cross guard of the sword, which should be right here. But in this version, you don't see it. Yeah, no, they've stretched this way. Like, okay, I think it could have actually been cool if they'd actually used the proper shadows, right? If they'd actually used the proper shadows and, it just looked kind of like the Yatagarasu shadow, but it was just a case of, like, it happened so fast in, like, the actual, like, speech that everyone just assumed it was the Yatagarasu, even though it just kind of just had a similar shape. Like, that I could see. That would be plausible. But here, the shadows literally do not form this image. They don't. They just don't. Because we saw one of the shadows. First of all, we know the hand doesn't look like that, first of all. But we also saw the King Primadox statue on its own. And now the cross guard of the sword is just gone. This is stupid. Everyone pulled the plug after people saw what the culprit wanted to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu's shadow had vanished. Which means that the shadow was a construct from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Alabahst tonight. The only country that thief visited was Babal, although it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Alabahst. An accomplice? But who? I haven't figured it out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. I suppose the biggest clue yet to solving this case is the existence of its accomplice. Nice! How's the investigation going? Bad! Detective Bad, have you come to join us in investigating the Yatagarasu?
I've lost the murder in Ancient Lang's charge, and my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu. So yes.
He's so cool! Can't wait for the live action Ace Attorney adaptation where Detective Bad will be played by Chris Pratt, because he's so cool. So what have you found out?
Yeah, I got a piece of evidence.
May I see it?
Sure, but you might regret it.
We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So if you please.
When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering, and one woman claimed, I'm telling you, I'm a genuine international. Sure.
No! No! I love that. I already know who it is, so I even pronounced it genuine instead of genuine. Oh, no! We're in for a lot of trouble with this one.
She gave me an interesting picture.
A journalist?
Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got from her.
What in the world? The Yatagarasu is flying through the air?
The times, they are changing. It's not just man, but evidence. Even they lie to us now.
When was this photo taken?
Apparently, right after the fires. the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you could see the embassy from.
I see. So this was taken after the fire.
Blur in this picture took off for the Babahlese embassy, flew over the boundary, and headed for the embassy of Alabahstian.
Alright, I'm gonna stop you right there. The woman who took this photo is a well-renowned false testimony giver, okay? She's given so many false testimonies over the years, I'm frankly surprised she's even allowed in courtrooms anymore. And she has a specific history of taking abstract shapes and assuming that they are some mythological creature. So, I'm not sure I trust that.
Objection!
This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight. Is that a fact? I'll have you know, a couple of weeks ago, me and Wright visited this this circus called the Berry Big Circus, and there was this man, Maximilian Galactica. Hottest man I've ever seen. I mean, what a stud. But and he was flying, and I tell you, he's really flying. I've had the pleasure of dealing with the case involving a flying person once. No, you didn't. Francisca did that case. That was the second game. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. 2, actually. Wait, what? Obviously, Francisca, one of the ones she's talking about is the Turnabout Big Top, right? What else? Because there wasn't. Because like, what was she around for? She wasn't around for Turnabout Sisters. Well, sorry, the one she was around for, right? She was around for Reunion and Turnabout, but there was no flight in that one. Turnabout Big Top, right? That's one of the two. But after Turnabout Big Top, for Farewell My Turnabout, first of all, there's no flight involved in Farewell My Turnabout, but also, she's out of commission for the entire case, right? So that's not it. The only other case that we've seen from her is Bridge to the Turnabout? Where she went up against Edgeworth? Is that the one they're referring to? The one that Edgeworth was? Because, yeah, I think there was a mysterious figure supposedly flying over the burning bridge, right? And that, which was, I think, the corpse of Elise Doxnam? I think I have that right.
Maybe it happens more often than we think.
Am I up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph? Well, the Yatagarasu took off from the Babahlese embassy, so I just stopped there. Francisca, I need to return to Babal investigation for a bit. Alright. This is cool. We're doing fucking investigation in 2 separate locations at the same time. And different people. And we're doing them with different people in both places. It's cool. I do like that aspect of this. Although I'm gonna be honest, all the competent people are on this side! Like, Lang, he's competent. Francisca, she's competent. Bad is competent. Like, this is an all-star team of investigators over here, you know? And then on the other side, you've got Shih-na, who is a good investigator from everything I've seen, so... Okay, we've got one. And then there's Kay and Gumshoe. Like, I'm sorry, but this team just feels so much better than the other one. Like, Bad, can you, like, come over to help us on the other side? We'll trade you for Gumshoe. How does that sound?
What a farce! Turns out what I thought was the Yatagarasu shadow was some statues instead.
That's nothing to be embarrassed about. Everyone was in a panic.
And here I thought you'd come over and throw some sarcastic remark in my face.
Of course not. You and I are both of one mind in pursuit of the truth.
But are we really of one mind, though?
I'll be returning to the Baal investigation now. I'll contact you if we find anything.
You sure are stubborn as a rock.
We're winning him over. Let's go. What's the investigation proceeding on your end? Okay. I mean, at least they got the basics of operational security down. Can't fault them for that.
So, the Yatagarasu was just a shadow.
The calling card that was sent. It threw everyone off and made them assume things. It's possible that all of the events tonight were part of the overall plan.
I'm going to continue investigating on the Alabahstian side. You two, as I always say, don't do anything stupid, alright?
I wonder if he's alright. It's unusual for him to be so nice. I think it's simply that he's concerned for our well-being, Francisca. I wonder what the photo earlier was all about. Indeed. The photo certainly was interesting. I believe this necessitates a need to investigate the Babahlese embassy some more. I suppose we have no choice if we are to conduct the perfect investigation. I suppose so. I have to pass through the Theatre Neutralis to reach the Babahlese embassy. Anything new to show? Just the photo. This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight. No, I had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying Yeah, okay. This is just the same dialogue as again. Alright, let's head on it. Oh, actually. There might be new dialogue for the statues. Nope. Same old, same old. I'll continue investigating on this side of the building. Alright, I'm counting on you. Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, come on, let's get back to our investigation. Yes, let's. I think I'll be returning to. No, I didn't. I wanted to talk to the dude. Damn it. I see you're back. Well, let's continue with the investigation, shall we? Yes, let's. Also, do like that we have a different partner, as depending on which side we're on. It's cool. It's a cool way that they're setting up the. I'm like so far, I'm really enjoying this case. The whole shadow puppet thing, I thought was done really poorly, though. That is true. Right. Slowly ease up to him. There we go. I enter the Alabahstian embassy.
If it is only you, then yes.
Why don't you guys let me in?
I'm just following the rules, madam, so I'd appreciate if you would cooperate.
Well then, I guess I have no choice but to climb over the wall from the Babahlese side. Okay, please don't run off and do any more dangerous things tonight. That was just a joke, Mr. Edgeworth. A joke. Don't tell me that after my heart skipped a beat. Nope. Damn it. Alright, let's head on in. March 14, 10:37 p.m. Babahlese Embassy Secretariat's office. I think after all that running around, we were right back where we started. It would appear that way. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth! Have you found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Paleno, but I've yet to find his killer. And I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who's only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. Is there anything I can do for you? All you have to do is ask, alright? Mr. Paleno. Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure. Please feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Paleno. You're a total gentleman. Ha ha ha! You don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss. Hey, Sir Paleno! Those two sure got chummy awfully quick. You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, Where should we begin? We should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted. Yeah, when I came to this room, the person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet the person I was chasing is Mr. Cochin's killer. You don't know that yet. However, it is hard to believe the person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Ms. Yu was also somehow involved. I knew it! That woman most definitely is Miss Cochin's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved in this case. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and mysteries, I received a most mysterious photo from Detective Bad. Uncle Bad? He's taking part in this investigation too? Yes, he's been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years. Uncle Bad. Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire. What? This kind of looks like a person in the long coat I was chasing. Does it? Does this mean that I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all? I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. But this could be how the person escaped. Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. Yeah, we shall. Yeah, they really did a number on this place. Oh, and it looks like the body has been removed. So hopefully we'll be getting a... maybe an autopsy report sometime soon. That'd be nice. But I need to go to the bathroom. So, we're gonna take another quick little break, and then we'll continue going because I do want to continue going. I'm committed to get as far as I can. So we'll be going for a few more hours, but I do need to use the bathroom. So, let me put on some music, and then we will be right back in a bit. Yeah, you're gonna need a bigger ukulele. We'll do that one. All right, see you in a bit.
see what we can uncover.
There is someone there who shares truth and love. Who really cares and knows we can always share our truth through one that defies your world, gives you truth and light. One that excels, special and not a good your way through this shadow world. There is someone there who shares truth and love. Who really cares and knows we can always share our truth through one that defies your world, gives you truth and light. One that excels, special and not a good your way through this shadow world.
夢で乾燥し One, two, three, get such get my sheets これは現実、それが dream 混ざる密度のこんなクリーンつながる仕組みはヘンとヘン
just like music sounds connect and rambles. Hell now, no man can run away.
All right, we're back. Let's continue. And yeah, I had to think on it while I was on the toilet. Yeah, I'm not gonna wait to finish Ace Attorney to start Alan Wake because we are not finishing Ace Attorney today. It's not happening. I don't even know if we'll get it in two. Actually, let me keep the music on because hold on. Let me look at the. Let me look at a calendar, right? So today is Monday, right? I can stream. I'm either leaving Monday or Sunday, so I'm not sure yet. So let's assume we have until Saturday, and assume we're doing one stream a day, right? Let's say we start Alan Wake on Tuesday, then we do Persona on Wednesday, then we do. No, that only gives us one more Ace Attorney episode. We might need to wait. We might need to prioritize Ace Attorney. But I also do want to start Alan Wake before I leave. So, I think what we'll end up doing is we'll do Alan Wake on Tuesday, then this again on Wednesday, right? Then we'll do Persona on Thursday. And then Friday, Saturday can be a second Alan Wake episode. And then Saturday will be the end of Ace Attorney. Or if we do manage to finish Ace Attorney on Wednesday, then Saturday can just be Persona 5. Okay, yeah. That's what we'll go with. Hopefully we can finish it by Wednesday. That would be ideal. So yeah, let me pull up the chat once again. And we will get back to it. Oh, I need to. There we go. All right. Look-see around. It appears that this area was heavily damaged by the fire. Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Alright. That looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it? No, I'd better not. It's very important we preserve the crime scene at all times. Hey, but you're always touching all sorts of things at crime scenes. That's because I'm a prosecutor. It's part of my job to examine things. And my job is to be the great thief. Which is exactly why you are not allowed to touch anything. Fair point. So I guess embassy phones are just like normal phones, huh? Well, what did you imagine them to look like? Well, I thought the Babahlese would look like a flower, and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way it looked like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base. That's actually would go kind of hard. It would. It really would. If any country had a flower phone, it'd be Alabahst, don't you think? Well, Cadofia would have, but the receiver being a flower would be Alabahstian, but the base being a flower would be Alabahst, but the actual like handheld being a butterfly, that'd be more Babahlese. So yeah, if Cadofia does manage to reunify, then that would be a good idea. Oh, then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Cadofia? That's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place. You know what you lack, Mr. Edgeworth? Curiosity and imagination. I think as a prosecutor, those are actually kind of important to my job, so, you know, I just don't like to waste them on frivolous frivolities. Oh god, I'm starting to sound like Francisca now. There's only one book left standing here. Treasures of the World. Wait, what? Let me see that. Uh-huh. I see. Ah. The most important part was blackened by the fire. Why, cruel fate? Why? It looks like the map of where the treasures are located has been burnt. Then there's, of course, the ink. There's a bottle of Babahlese ink on Mr. Cochin's desk. And it looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink. Hey, Mr. Paleno, it looks like your precious Babahlese ink is alright after all. What? That's odd?
Hold it!
Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there is something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating for me, please? I guess we'll have to talk to him about that. We're gonna keep examining this place first. 'Cause there's still other stuff to look at. It looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. Boss sure gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. We call it the Great Thief Coupon. And what kind of discount would that net you? 5-finger kind. What else? I'd steal an extra thing or two for the bearer. Things such as the truth. What else would I steal? Well, I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right about now. Manny Cochin. His name is written here on this nameplate. Why would you put a nameplate on you with your name in your own office? I suppose it's to inform people in case they walk into the wrong room by mistake. I think maybe it's also to remind you of your own name if you forget. Well, either way, it's never a bad thing to set a nameplate on one's desk. That looks like a bunch of flyers with... okay. Is that the same thing here? Yeah, okay. Let's look at the fireplace. I wonder if this is also a trick fireplace, because the embassies were built, because both rooms were built at the same time. The embassies were just separated into different buildings later on. So if there's a trick fireplace in what I assume is the corresponding room on the other side, there might be a hidden passageway here as well. A fireplace, huh? So Papa's offices have them too. There's a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Alabahstian office. However, we found something that I'd rather not recall ever again. I still can't believe we found that lady's undershirt in that fireplace. It was that traumatizing. Why don't you try creating a new memories with this fireplace? You can climb inside and we can play hide and seek. And come out covered in soot? I think not. Ah, you really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth. I feel like I would check for a hidden passageway on this one as well. You know? It appears that Mr. Cochin's body has been taken in for an autopsy. The white outline is all that is left to tell the tale of his murder. It's the charred remains of a fallen ceiling fan. Oh, I've seen a few of those before. They spin around and around and play music. I believe you're thinking of musical mobile for babies. Yeah, that's it. But they're nothing alike. They're totally alike. They spin those babies right round like a record. I see. I guess I can see how you might think that. Bizarre. A grandfather clock. This one resembles the one in Alabast. Oh, that clock has been with us since back when we were still Cadofia. That is one big clock. Hey, does this not have a bird that pops out like a cuckoo clock? I'm sorry, but no. Oh, but I'm sure you'll love its chime. Really? It's gonna be 11 soon, so maybe I'll get to hear it then. Is it that time already? I'm sure flies by when I'm involved in an investigation. Oh, it's not that late. The night's only just begun. Okay, it's not good for you to stay up late, you know? Yeah, Gramps. Looks like all of the souvenirs suffered some damages from the fire. I just don't believe it. Murder on top of arson. What a disgrace to the name of the Yatagarasu. The fate Yatagarasu is guilty of much more than just theft, it seems. I know. Guess if it were me, my first priority would have been to loot this bookshelf. You would steal ordinary souvenirs that you can buy virtually anywhere. You can't buy them anywhere. Each one is specific to a location and has its own value. And items that have memories attached to them are the most valuable of all. But would you really rob someone of their valuable memories just like that? No, because if I take the souvenir, I can't take the owner's memories. I thought you only stole the truth, Kay. What happened to that? So I don't know where the blade of the Babahlese knife went. The killer walked away with it. So, this is the real Primadux statue. This is really valuable, right? That's what they say. Okay, you're not seriously considering the theft of this statue, are you? Oh, no way, Mr. Archer. I wasn't thinking about anything like that. I was just calculating in my head how much the statue is worth. Huh. That sounds mighty suspicious to me. Also, yeah, if the one in Alabahst was the fake statue, why? Well, I guess the one in Alabahst was actually originally the real statue. So that's why. So the person who sent, right, so the person who sent Mas to steal the Alabahst statue obviously is after the real statue, right? So, but the real statue was originally in Alabahst, and the person knew this. So it must have been someone that was connected to either the Alabahstian or Babahlese embassies. However, whoever that was, they weren't aware that the statues had been switched around, right? Which is why they commissioned Mas II to steal the one in Alabahst, as they believed that was the real one. Okay, that might help us in the future if we have to figure out who sent this letter, this note. That might help us narrow it down based on who might have what information. Cool. Though we don't know who has what information yet. Ambassador Polena, what exactly used to be here? That used to be a stack of brand new pamphlets. But it looks like they were all burnt up. I guess we'll just have to reprint them. But no matter how fast we reprint them, they always disappear so quickly. Is the Babahlese tourism industry really that hot right now? Of course! Although recently, the most popular vacation destination has been the Republic of Virginia. But we refuse to lose to them, so we've been working hard at work promoting Babal. Interesting. I've just recently returned from a trip to Virginia myself. Oh, and how did you like it? It was alright. I probably should bring up the fact that I was a suspect on the flight home. Yeah! The safe wasn't open at the time of the fire, was it? You can tell because the inside was burned, right? Yes, and thanks to the safe's fire resistance, the smuggling evidence was preserved. Aren't safes great? They always hold the wonderful promises of treasures within. Well, this one certainly did have a few inside. Alright, well, let's talk to Poleno. I don't think there's anything else left for us to do here. Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? Which what? The one... There was more than one tonight? Huh? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Babahlese embassy tonight. What a bother all of that was. I'm sorry, what? What the fuck? Wait, but the only fire we know about was the one right after the Jamming Ninja show. Ah, well, the first one occurred at the start of the Jamming Ninja show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of the embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause panic amongst the theater goers, we decided to keep it internal. Then the fire after the Jamming Ninja show was the 2nd fire of the night. Exactly. The fire I witnessed was the 2nd one. Come to think of it, did Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? Did he? When was this photo taken?
Apparently, right after the fires, when the 4th and 5th floors were put out.
I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. But that would have been... Fire happened at the start of the Jamming Ninja show. The fire wasn't still going on when I left, so this photo was actually taken during the Jamming Ninja show. That's earlier than we expected.
So then, what was the extent of the damage in the second fire?
The second fire was contained to this floor, the 3rd floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above that caused it. That's... how should I put this? A very bad stroke of luck. My office is on the 5th floor, Manny's office here, and Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye.
I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Polino.
Oh, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask again? We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were, and if you happen to know what Mr. Cochin's actions and whereabouts were as well. Yes, very well. Well, let's see, I've been quite busy all day, from morning until now. First I woke up, and then I brushed my teeth. After that I had a roll for breakfast. Hold it! Fascinating. How about if we just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you'd like a condensed version? Alright, I can do that for you. Activities, afternoon activities, Mr. Cochin's ink. Before any of that, there's a few things we want to present. The statue resembles that hero of the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Well, it's not, it's a fake, so I guess it makes sense that he wouldn't really care. I guess we've already shown him most of this stuff. This statue, no. Ink. Show them the new stuff we have. No. You smelled this anywhere? No? Fountain spouts? And then the fires. 2 fires broke out in Babal today. First fire in the Babahlese embassy occurred during the Jamming Ninja show. Fire occurred on the 5th floor and took until the end of the show to put the fire out. Second fire occurred after the Jamming Ninja show. 3rd floor, Mr. Cochin's office caught on fire. Got it. Not a great day for Babal. I lost a lot of things to those fires. Things like the many coupons we had printed, discount tickets for the cafeteria, and I should think that those blasted coupons were not the biggest victim here. So, what did Mr. Cochin and you do this morning? Originally, we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jamming Ninja. But Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up his office. We helped clean Mr. Cochin's office. Why were you not cleaning your own? Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. I see. Which is why both the Primidex statue and the Babahlese knife set are down here. I see. Oh, but the tidying didn't take much, really. We just burned some files and no longer needed an expired coupon to the fireplace.
I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain, though, huh?
About that, I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. Ha ha! I guess I'm up the creek without Manny here to get angry at me. An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of his secretary's anger. Oh, he was very good at being very mad. Why, even just this morning, he got mad at me. I spilled some Babahlese ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see? And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect. Apparently orders go up the chain of command around here. That's about it for what we did this morning. Just some cleaning. So what does specifically say on here? Spilled Babahlese ink into the back wall where burning files of fireplace left ashes there. Got it. Don't tell me you had no other work to do, being an ambassador at all. What about in the afternoon? No, then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Koshin did this afternoon. Well, Maddie and I went down together to the Theatrum Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone. So they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, after I had stood myself up for a bit, I returned to the theater, because I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the three of us, Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake up with the Gemming Ninja. He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out and I escaped downstairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me, but during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. So you didn't see Mr. Kochin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show. Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep. I see. Ambassador Paleno, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright? Thank you, I will. I wonder if you might be able to tell me what you noticed about Mr. Kochin's bottle of ink. I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all.
Hold it!
The fire was green. What was the cause? So, okay, so this is the second fire. But wait, you just said you didn't see Manny. Okay, I guess that was a lie. So he did see Manny. He saw Manny after the start of the second fire running into his office, but then he came in and the fire was green, which means that Babahlese ink must have been burning. But the Babahlese ink on the desk is completely fine. Huh. I guess maybe Manny had a bunch of Babahlese ink that he was, like, going to smuggle? Well, wind crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern. And Babahlese ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had caught on fire, so that's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk. In case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery. What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? Like the fireplaces, renovations. I think we've examined everything, right? We've examined that. I haven't looked out the window yet. You can see the Alabahstian embassy through this window. So, where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth? You can see it from here. It was there on the 5th floor. That's where the Master II was killed. What? You don't mean the Master II? Poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this. You know, the Master II was merely an imposter of the original. I guess Kay is technically an imposter too, if you think about it. No? Statue. Did we gain anything important? No. we got some new context for this, right? That was taken right around the time of the end of the Jamming Ninja show. Is there... Do you have anything to say about any of this? Ooh, the investigation. Is there really any place left we haven't checked out yet in the Babahlese embassy? Interpol was conducting its investigation when you were being held by Agent Shih-na. Because of that, I was unable to examine the fireplace and the Secretariat's desk. True, and since he's here, you stuck with Ambassador Poleno some more too. He looks so sad and lonely since Mr. Cochin died. Yes, he does. And you're correct, I still have a few issues we still need to discuss with him. To make the best of this opportunity. I thought I did. Nothing there. The real Yatagarasu can't fly through the air. Okay. And absolutely nothing. Oh, we did examine the fireplace. Alright, so the things we need to examine are the fireplace, but doing so does nothing. And the desk. Examine the chair. Nothing up there. That's coupons. Yep, those are all just coupons. Name tag, books. And look at the ink again. Oh, I did not even notice the open cabinet. Hold on. This is the type to use the ink in both legal and illegal capacity. It would appear that this desk also fell victim to the fire. It looked too damaged. Oh, I think we can rifle through this drawer a bit. I suppose we really should take a look. That's the other piece of the note. Let's look at the rest of this first. Seems the contents of the drawer survived the fire rather well. That's a sturdy desk. I guess the value of solid wood construction. See if there's anything useful left in here, Mr. Edgeworth. Nope, it's just this. There's a rather unusual shape for a notepad. Suppose this would be another souvenir from somewhere. No, this is the... Or it is a notepad. It is a weirdly shaped notepad. It's the note... I thought this was maybe... I thought this was like a piece from a larger piece of paper. But no, this is just from the notepad. Interesting. So wait. So Manny Cochin hired Master Mask to steal Alabahst's statue. So okay, so that means Cochin must have thought that Alabahst still had the real statue. So then who actually stole the statue and swapped it out with the Babahlese one then? You're right. What is it? It looks like something stranded in Monument Valley. Ah, yes, the notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see? Yes, I do. I seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they haven't been burnt to a crisp by the fires? Ambassador Poleno, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This... well, it looks like Manny's handwriting. I see. In that case... oh, did you figure something out? This note was found in Alabahst. Specifically, it was found being firmly graphed by the murdered masked Damast II. Damast II? Then this note... yes, it was a request from Mr. Cochin for Damast II to steal the Primadux statue. What? Manny tried to steal Alabahst's Primadux statue? Well, he was an international smuggler, and that would probably rake in quite a bit of money. And obviously, he would know that Alabast had the real statue because he actually worked here and was able to touch. In fact, like, probably 4 people in the world who knew about the Alabast, which statue was real, and that's Poleno, Alba, Manny, and whoever the fuck the Secretariat on Alabast is, you know? But this then also implies Manny didn't know that the statues have been swapped, just like Poleno didn't. So then, who swapped them? And why, right? I mean, the people of Alabast, they knew that their statue was real, so they have no reason to try to swap it out with the Babahlese one. And the people of Babal, well, the only people that would actually have that would stand to gain from swapping the statues would be the people of Babal, because, you know, they want the statue, they want the real statue, right? And they know that the Alabahstian one is the real one. But neither Poleno nor Manny seemed to know that the statues have been swapped. What? Unless Poleno did and he's just been lying. He was the one that swapped them, maybe. Do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Cochin? Yes, I could gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. I can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? There's one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you can tell me would be of great help, Ambassador. Job for Master II. I believe that you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Cochin hired the Master II. Actually, I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as a part of today's event. But because of the Yatagarasu and the fire here, that got cancelled, didn't it? Ahaha. I'm actually relieved the rest of the event had been cancelled. You see, Babal's statue, well, it's just a replica. And did Mr. Cochin know that about Babal's primitive statue? Of course he do. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We'd have to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica. It's to be expected I was very nervous today, as this would impact our country's authority. Yes, I understand. When I told Manny my concerns, he said, "Let me handle it, it'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Cadofia." At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. But when I saw that note, I realized he was serious. Mr. Cochin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you are the next Cadofian ambassador. But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be. I don't know what the answer to why he was trying so hard yet, but I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simple kindness. Yeah. Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. What's up? Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information that I requested? Yep, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, okay? Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all. What's all this, Gummy? It's all the information on the room that I got from the embassy and Interpol people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire. Good work, Detective. It was nothing, sir. I am an expert at getting people to talk. Wow, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad. I guess, yeah, an unlikely pairing of a detective and prosecutor. Though I do think Bad is probably more competent than Gumshoe is. What do you mean? Prosecutor and a detective. Your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Really? Really? I didn't know Detective Bad's salary was that low. Well, don't you worry. I'm gonna find my own wonderful partner someday. And what I do, I'm gonna become a good Yatagarasu, just like my father, right? Please don't ask me questions which I have no answer to, Kay. However, I can say that it is truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust.
You bet. So what now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor.
Yes?
That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon.
Oh, you mean Little Thief? You're coming to rely on it, aren't you?
I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered and the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire.
Got it. All right, here we go. Dark skies of evening, but no other bird dares take the sky. One alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood.
Seems that there are other things besides what the ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible we might find the escape route. The K purse. Some used as well. That person K saw used as well. Oh, what is this? Is this some sort of a light show I was not told about?
This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I inputted.
Really? That is certainly one interesting device you have there, Miss Faraday. I believe it's about time we return to our investigation. Oh, the clock was moved. There's quite a few things for us to look at. Let's talk to Kay first, though.
Yeah. Ready for a review on how to use Little Thief? Okay, here we go. Our objects outlined in yellow are things that are not present in our time, but were in the past. Things outlined in dotted line are things that existed now but didn't in the past.
I see.
You can examine and interact with replicated people and objects as you normally do. You can even present evidence whenever you find an inconsistency. Oh, and be sure to point out mistakes in the recreation of evidence too.
I think I remember now. Thank you for the refresher course, Kay.
If there's something you don't get about Little Thief, feel free to ask me anytime, okay?
What do you... Did you spot anything?
Well, looks like it was quite the fire, huh?
Yes, it appears that the flames spread fairly quickly to some of the other rooms as well.
Yeah, but thanks to Gummy's info, I was able to recreate this room. Plus, the burnt stuff is still lying around, so you can check it. You can check those as well.
The state of this room before and after the fire. I can probably obtain some new information by comparing the differences. Yes, that's what I'll do. And use any new information to complete my logic. That sounds good. Let's talk to Gumshoe first. You took part in the initial Babal investigation, correct?
Yeah, sure did. I also helped put out both fires, sir. The first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First, I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. I remember to use the stairs at that point. I had been burnt to a crisp.
Why were you trying to use an elevator during a fire in the first place? Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh?
Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of panic.
Detective, did you see the Yatagarasu that came into the Babahlese embassy at all?
And personally. And the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir.
I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective. Interesting.
A second fire broke out around the time the Yatagarasu was spotted in Alabahstian. It's also when a suspicious person was spotted in Babal, which caused some panic.
So no one was able to get a good look at this Yatagarasu that entered Babal.
Yeah, all he saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. It's not enough to make a positive ID, you know?
Still, it was enough to make people who received the calling card panic even more.
A person in a long coat? It sounds like the exact same person I saw.
The Yatagarasu that appeared in Alabahstian was proven to be just a fabrication, a shadow. In light of that fact, the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal is also a suspect.
You can't be serious. Not when we're this close to capturing the fake. I mean, Callisto, you!
The Yatagarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Cochin, and disappeared. Interesting. By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu? I did, but, well, this embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with. They was lost for a while there. You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, Detective? Hey, I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. But you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Case Rescue. Oh, is that a fact? Yeah, it was when I was lost and wandering around the third floor hallway, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed towards it right away. Oh, that's probably from when I found Mr. Coach's body. Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could. And it was thanks to Guppy that Miss Shih-na wasn't able to take me away. He covered for me until you got here, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon. Hey, still, it's too bad that Agent Shih-na got here before I did. I wonder where Agent Shih-na was before you found her here. Yeah, well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door. Okay. I mean, I think that just says it all, right? Shih-na killed Kochin. Right? The figure that Kay saw run into the room, right? Because Kay chased someone into this room, but when she got into the room, Kochin was dead and there was nobody else in here, which means the killer must have exited through somewhere where there wasn't a door. And I'm gonna bet that just like on the Alabahstian side, there is a hidden passageway in the fireplace that leads to the room just next door. So then it would follow that if we then that the killer was then in the room next door, and Gumshoe saw Shih-na exit from the room next door where the killer supposedly was. So then the only logical conclusion is that Shih-na is the killer. Though again, it is. We don't actually. Yeah, I was assuming that because okay, that whole thing was assuming that this room has a secret passageway in the fireplace, right? Just like the other one. But it's worth noting, this is the third floor here. This is the Secretariat's office, not the Ambassador's office. In Alabahst, we were in the 5th floor, in the Ambassador's office. So it's entirely possible that the Secretariat's office doesn't have a hidden passageway. So we definitely need to check the fireplace, because if there is a secret passageway there, then that means Shih-na is the killer. And there's basically no way around that. It's interesting that seems to have just been drawn with very little fanfare, considering that seems to be like 2 seconds before, like 2 minutes before, like we basically had zero clue. We had no leads as to who the killer might be, and now we are basically sure it's her. So like, wow, that was one hell of a revelation that just came kind of out of nowhere. Jesus. I suppose the other possibility, right, is the photo, right? Maybe, right? This could be the killer. They flew out of the window and then flew over to the Alabahstian side. So that might work? Though I'm not sure, because this was right after the 4th and 5th floor fires had taken place. I don't know how well that lines up with the start of the 3rd floor fire, because the murder of Kochin and the start of the 3rd floor fire was roughly the same. So, but I don't know how much time elapsed between the 4th and 5th fires were put out and the 3rd fire started. So this might not line up as well as I think, but it is possible that this is the killer exiting out the window, in which case it's not Shih-na, obviously. But I don't know, the trick fireplace I think seems to be the big like pivot point here. So we definitely need to examine the fireplace, and I think that's going to be the deciding factor in this case, if there's a trick fireplace or not. Agent Shih-na mentioned something about chasing the Yatagarasu herself earlier. She apparently helped them put out the first fire. And during the 2nd fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu. She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her. But I guess, yeah, that also leaves the question. If Shih-na is the killer, why? Like, yeah, the evidence points to her being the killer, sure, but like, what was the motive, you know? Without motive, we can't really pin it on her. And why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir? Because, like, if Shih-na wants to take down the smuggling operation, like, okay, yeah, Shih-na has reason to be antagonistic towards Manny-Kochin because Manny-Kochin is the head of the smuggling operation, and Shih-na, being an Interpol agent, is working to take down that smuggling operation. But killing him, what's the point of killing him? You know, that doesn't really make sense. We got a couple of new things, such as perfume. There's the fountain. Nope. The photo of the Yatagarasu flying. Fires? Ales for some fires, sir. And we don't exactly have the manpower to fight it ourselves when they're this bad. So, about the only thing we could do was to try and catch the arsonist. I feel so helpless thinking about it. I mean, we can't prevent this sort of thing. We can only do something after it has happened. At least it's better than doing nothing. Isn't that right, Detective Gumshoe? I guess so, sir. And, the testimony? No. Okay. What do we have in terms of logic, actually? Interested in looking. We have the connected fireplaces. Hold on. Shih-na's location. Yeah. And then the renovations. I don't think this work. I mean, these two might work, but... I feel like we're missing the connecting piece. Like, I feel like we need to first prove that the fireplace on this side is also connected, and then we'd get like a thing where like the killer escaped through the fireplace to the other room, and then we'd connect that with Shih-na's location. So I don't think we can do anything with that right this moment. Any new dialogue from you? No. Okay. Alright, in that case, let's start looking around. Let's start over here with the window. You can see the Alabahstian embassy through this window. So, where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. No. This is the same. Looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting on it? No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Oh, this is the same dialogue again. Yeah, we can accept the stack here. So, Babel is really into pushing their tourism industry, huh? Yes, it would appear that way. You know, I really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take a trip after this case? Do you already have a destination in mind? Well, ideally, I'd like to go someplace where I can continue my thief training. Well, if you want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Jamming Ninja TV show. Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth. I can't believe she took me seriously. Children, please. This grandfather clock is apparently in a different position before the fire. I just got a text message. Nothing important. According to staff members, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire, sir. This means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire. Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming. Huh? That's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot after every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged its internal mechanism or something? Ambassador Poleno, may we take a look inside that clock? Sure, go right on ahead. Mr. Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of the clock. Yes, sir, I'm on it. Mr. Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir. It looks like a length of wire. So this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. What was the long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place? This could be the mechanism used to create the fly out, but this wire, I don't think it would be enough to support the weight of a person. So maybe that's not a flying Yatagarasu, but it was actually an illusion made to look like the Yatagarasu flew out of the room to draw attention away from the real escape route, which was the fireplace, bringing it around to Shih-na being the culprit. Because of course, hold on, no. Because to set up the wire, you would need access to both sides of the, but you need to set up the wire on this side and on the other side, so I don't know how you would do that. Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock? Sounds like it wasn't Mr. Poleno that put the wire in there. And perhaps it was Mr. Cochin's killer who did it. Looks like one of the Babahlese knives was already missing before the fire began. So it would seem, especially since the other 2 knife handles were burned away. The remaining handle was swapped out for the handle from the real murder weapon. Babahl's national treasure was stolen. Poor Babal, don't you think? I'm not sure I would like the replica statue in the rest with the rest of Babahl's woes. Yeah, but what caused the fan to fall from the ceiling, I wonder? It's the charred remains of a fallen ceiling fan. Oh, I've seen a few of these before. No, you've read this already. Alright, let's look at this fireplace, huh? So Babal's officers have them too. Come on, let me examine the fireplace. So what do we do? Well, I guess we can look at the fire. These must have been the large green flames Ambassador Poleno saw. Things like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in. Okay, by the time you came into this room, had the fire already been put out? Yeah, the fire died out or something by that time. Now this fire in here only burned from the time the fire started on the 3rd floor until the Yatagarasu appeared and caused a stir in Babal, I suppose. Guess Mr. Poleno was just lucky enough to run into the fire as it was burning, huh? Yes, you could put it that way. As you were the first to discover the body, we can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course. I knew it. That person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, the person could even be Mr. Cochin's killer. It probably is, and I'm betting she used that wire to give the illusion that there was a fucking fake Yatagarasu flying out of the window while she escaped through the fireplace, come out of the adjacent room, and then try to arrest you. That is very likely to be the case. After all, the person came into this room before you, and must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be here. Okay, then maybe the green fire was there to prevent anyone from coming in? But then, why did the person set on fire to make the green flames? The Babahlese ink. Whatever it is that person burned, it's a rather sizable fire. And since the fire's green, well, we've seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean. Yes, I do believe that your thinking is exactly why these flames are green. The lantern.
Take that!
This silhouette lantern. Its green flames come from the whipped crystal oil it's burning. Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off. It is a nice green. I think we've now established that the green flames are caused by witch crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there's only one other thing made from witch crystal oil. Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Galeno was mistaken about, right? Yes, precisely. As we found earlier in our investigation. And what? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Fine, I suppose I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. There's still that Ambassador Galeno was mistaken about. The Babahlese ink.
Take that!
The Babahlese ink is made from witch crystal oil. Oh, so it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right? Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room are not from a bottle of Babahlese ink. Yes, we found the ink in Mr. Cochin used at his desk, right? Yes, however, we know that Mr. Cochin was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames. The counterfeit bills. I see. So they essentially set a bunch of counterfeit bills on fire. Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth. It would appear that I've finally found it. The smuggling ring's real goal. Yep.
Take that!
What would consume that great volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Zhengfa. You're kidding. You're saying that it was Mr. Cochin who made the counterfeit bills? I am. I believe you could even go so far as to say that he stole Babal's printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Cochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why, yes, and I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crime, you will need to be investigated as well. Yes, I suppose so. We've lost quite a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Cochin and concealed his crimes. Well, they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. I'm into everything in this office, but there's one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Galeno about it. Ambassador Galeno, there's something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? About this office, it appears to me to be very similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace, the position of the grandfather clock. Oh, that's right. You've also paid a visit to the Alabahstian side of the embassy. Our two embassies actually used to be one. Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical. Right, but Alba's office is on the 5th floor, this is on the 3rd. So no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. Even where the art is located is the same, as my room is currently under renovation. We worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office. You mean that your handshake photo op with Jamming Ninja? Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression of Babal's obsessive competitive spirit with Alabast. I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. Connect the dots? Well, anyways, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. That's the piece we're missing. Use that with the bilateral symmetry. The Alabahstian and Babahlese sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to the fact that this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway. A secret passageway? In Alabast, the fireplace turned out to have a revolting back wall. A revolting wall? Sounds like something out of a ninja house. Oh. Wow, is a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir? What? This embassy holds that kind of secret? There seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know about, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about this room. What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this. Agreed. And my first thought is that it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. And that's how we and it's just another fireplace though, doesn't it? So do you turn it again? In Alabahst, I had to push for the X-Force on the far wall of the fireplace. Oh, I see! It's an X back there, sir. See what happens when I push it. Yeah, you scared me, sir. There's something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts. Oh, well, you found X, you thought there'd be one, right? You did, but that's not what I'm referring to. Something is still missing from the scene. What does this contradiction mean for us? The fact that... Yeah, the back wall should be covered in Babahlese ink, right? All you see inside this fireplace is starter wood. Huh? That's odd. Doesn't match up with what Mr. Valeno said earlier. What is the meaning of this contradiction? If we push this X mark, the fireplace wall should turn. Air bowling fireplace wall. Hey, it's neat, sir. We should hurry up and... Wait, detective, there's something we need to examine about this first. Besides which, there's also something I'd like to test. Yeah, like what, sir? I'll tell you later, detective. For now, let's continue with the investigation. Yeah. The starter wood should be on fire. Or it should be, yeah, there should be ashes there. Ambassador Poleno, you said you burned some old files in this fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking? And why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit I'm a bit intimidating when I'm serious. In any case, take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see. Huh? Where did all the ashes go? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth? You really think that Ambassador Poleno is lying, do you? No, there's no reason for him to lie. And I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It is the fireplace that is causing the contradiction. Okay, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me. You got it. I'll add the ashes from the perk files, and... Looks like we've pretty much figured everything out now, huh? Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us. Oh, I sense it coming on. You're about to dazzle us again, right? No, you mean that? Oh, that's what Mr. Edgeworth is known for, you know? There's really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. Yeah, revolving fireplace, missing ashes. We gotta connect all these. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. This one's gonna be a shorter one than the last one. It'll be just quick in and out. So I'm not even gonna turn off the game music.
I lack the strength to govern well. We had an incident at Alabast as well. That is what we call a decision based on the investigation. About whether or not to let these guys in.
Having a debate because of my kind of a situation.
It's all because I lack the strength to govern well.
You weakling quackers, curse your frailty
Up judgment in order to minimize disruption in the investigation.
My mic has been off this whole time. How long ago? How long ago? Since the I think since the piss break? Right? What a
Looks like one of the Babahlese knives was already missing before the fire began.
Yeah. The starter wood should be on fire. God damn it. Ah, fuck. That sucks. Thankfully, we did catch it pretty early. It only, it's only been about, like, 15-ish minutes, thankfully, since the, since we took the, since the break, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, roughly 15. Okay, that's not too bad, thankfully. Yeah, let's continue. God, fuck! Can't believe that happened.
Oh, no. It is I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Quackus, you fool! Curse your empty brain!
You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Shih-na, let's go. Time to return to our den.
Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but go home as well. Yeah, but if Shih-na goes home, then we lose our, we can't let them leave, because we still... Agent Lang, a moment of your time.
You want me, Secretary Lady? Hold it! Objection, pal! My boy! My boy!
Detective Gumshoe, have you got the result of the handwriting analysis already?
Yup, and that note, it was definitely written by Mr. Coachin, sir.
Just as I thought. Good work, Detective.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. How long do you intend to hold us up for?
Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Shih-na, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Yes. How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagarasu? When you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Cochin was killed. I'd like you to explain that for us.
What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. What are you doing after her about something she didn't see?
Agent Lang hasn't touched the Babal investigation at all. So I suppose I'll need to explain a few things to him first.
Miles Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours.
The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth!
Cock 'em! Cock 'em!
Oh, it sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I will supervise you until the end.
Is she seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day?
You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate on some flimsy guess, are you?
I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy. You'll see.
Why is she the killer, though? She's so hot!
I should have known that you and I are destined to fight it out till the very end.
It would appear that way.
Well, I'll prove her innocence. Let's see what you've got, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
With pleasure. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal. I'll establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. Agent Lang, I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony.
You mean the suspicious person in a coat that she saw?
That's right, the person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu.
Pretended? And what do you mean by that?
I'll get to that in a second, but first, I want to review what this person, Kay, did. Kay, if you could please explain what the person you were chasing did for us.
Okay, you got it. I first spotted the suspicious person near the open-air stage on the Babahlese side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, the person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase.
For the sake of argument, let's call the suspicious person Yatagarasu. Now please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor.
Can do.
Ooh.
I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Babahlese embassy. It's pretty straightforward chase down the hallway until the sudden turn. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I ran past to catch up. I turned the corner. I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Cochin's office. I gave chase and ran into the room.
But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... Ah! Who's there? The time I turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared. When Kay entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Lang?
What do you mean? What do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person slipped out through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness.
Sorry, but I know for a fact the person didn't escape through the door.
Oh, how do you know that with such certainty?
That's easy. If the Yatagarasu had left through the door, they would have run right into this person. They would have run right into Gumshoe, right?
Take that!
This is the person the suspicious person would have ran into.
Huh? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you sure you're not losing it?
I haven't lost anything, it's certainly not my mind.
Maybe not, but you definitely have the wrong person. Maybe you're just terrible with not only logic, but names as well.
Nah, I know I was mistaken, but you don't have to insult me. Think about it, recall the circumstances around Kay's near arrest. Someone right next to Mr. Coach's office investigating at that time. Shih-na?
Take that!
Ah, okay.
Your answer's Shih-na.
Okay, so he's playing on the fact that Shih-na was the one that walked into the room immediately after. That's why he's asking about what she didn't see. Okay. It's a slightly different approach from where we were going, because we know that Gumshoe was there and he would have seen the Yatagarasu run out, but I guess this is a different approach. Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Kochin's body, the Yatagarasu would have run right into Agent Shih-na, who was in the next room over.
Ugh.
Agent Shih-na, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see, therefore the Yatagarasu could not have escaped through the door.
It just means the creep slipped out before Shih-na made it out into the hallway.
I doubt that, as there was another person in that hallway. A certain detective. Detective Gumshoe, where were you exactly at that time? Me, sir? Well, I heard Kay scream. I ran toward Mr. Coach's office from the opposite direction, Agent Shih-na, sir. So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route.
Grah!
Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. You nailed it with just an explanation of what happened. Yes, I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. But this is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well of yet another possible escape route the Yatagarasu could have taken.
I get it, so that's what you were trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. That's what you're trying to say right now. Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out.
Precisely. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to bust out a revolving fireplace wall explanation, right? No, not quite yet. Huh? But why? I thought this would be the perfect time. The revolving wall on the Babahlese side is known only to 4 people. And if we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end.
What's with all the whispering over there? Scared of figuring out your tactics?
Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come, let's continue where we left off.
That smug, haughty attitude of yours really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? Huh. Well, no matter. I figured you out already, anyways. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. This is an eerie picture of said escape route exists. Are you saying this photo captures the moment of the Yatagarasu's escape?
And you played right into my trap! I guess Detective Bad must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit that at first I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible.
Now, I realize you must not know this, but... humans can't fly.
Of course I know that! That's bloody common sense! That's see, finally the British accent has paid off! Besides, I never thought the photo would be that of Yatagarasu's escape route.
I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself.
The shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kay was chasing after.
You can say whatever you'd like, with whatever language you want. But there's only one language I really understand. The language of evidence.
Very well then. I present to you proof that person Kay saw is not the same one in this photo. The cable, right? Or the timing of the fires, right? Because actually, yeah, we learned that Kay actually got into that room after the third fire. I don't know why I assumed that the murder took place before the third fire. It actually took place after it. So that image was actually taken way earlier. Wait, I thought that was Shih-na trying to like make it seem like the Yatagarasu was escaping through the window. So then what the fuck was that? Maybe that was Master Mask entering the other. Oh, but there's still the murder of Master Mask that we haven't cleared up. What? There's so much. But I think it's the fires in Babal, right? Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu Kay saw. I spotted the Yatagarasu heading for the third floor during the second fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the first fire. Yeah, way to go. That's twice you bit him in the butt now. Don't be so vulgar, Kay.
We've not done yet. Still have yet to explain what the shadow is, and how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you?
Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet.
As I thought.
However, the Yatagarasu's escape route, now that I can answer.
You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on, enlighten me.
Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You're busy heading up the Alabahstian investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you'd have much knowledge about the Babahlese side of the case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Shih-na, explained in my stead?
Shih-na is my subordinate. I don't stick up for her. How can I look her in the eyes and call myself her boss?
Lang, it's alright. I can take care of him.
Shih-na.
You've shielded me a lot as my boss, but it's time for me to prove my worth. What is that smile? And why is it so? Why does it make me feel like it? Why is she hotter now? I can fix her. I can fix her, okay? But honestly, whatever the hell is wrong with her is much hotter.
Alright. If you're okay with it, then you have my support.
Finally, it's just down to Agent Shih-na and myself. And this is where the battle really begins. Now then, what is it you'd like to ask? Well, let me see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Babahlese embassy? Shih-na's movements. During the first Babahlese fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babal. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. And that is all I have to say. But I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person run into Mr. Coach's room. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony. Good. Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi, is that correct?
Are you calling her suspicious because she was in a room by herself? How pathetic.
Just wait. Hold on, let me cook. I'm building the net. I haven't sprung. We've yet to spring the trap on her. We need her to essentially place herself in that room. We essentially need her to explain her alibi perfectly. We want her alibi to be fucking airtight, so that then we prove that her alibi is actually the proof that she committed the murder. And it wasn't when Agent Shih-na tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale. And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner? Not that it's unexpected for that useless lump to get into such a situation. See, this is what I've always wanted to see, because in all the fucking games, it's always like the opposite side always uses like the flimsiest fucking evidence to make their accusations. Meanwhile, we need to like solve like fucking resolve ancient writings from the 12th century that no linguist has been able to decipher just to prove that our guy is innocent. So I'm glad that Edgeworth is actually like turning the tables on him. With the like, yeah, you don't use any fucking proof either. Although I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected.
I'll make no excuse for what I did in that situation.
And you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal.
I'm sorry. Shih-na, apologize.
I'm sorry. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I never doubted you. Not for 1 second.
And the same goes for me. I believe in Shih-na.
Then let's put that to the test and see if she really is worthy of your trust. This promises to be interesting. Oh, that it does. That it does. Miss Babahlese fire assistant putting out the fire. No reason to doubt that. So you helped with the fire extinguishing effort. In fact, I think that's corroborated by Paleno. I was in charge of the police on the Babahlese side, so I helped them with their work. Police doing the job of firemen. You really know how to work people.
She sure does. That's because she's one awesome woman who knows how to manage.
I guess so. She's always bringing you a business card or a scroll just at the right time. To prepare everything before I'm ordered to. That is the definition of a secretary. And she kinda seems more capable than Agent Lang, doesn't she? At the very least, she's more capable than you, Detective. I can't have a feeling you were going to say that.
Shih-na's more than just a capable secretary, you know? Shih-na, tell me the other things you're good at.
Alright. Second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babal. Okay. By the second fire, you mean the one that consumed the 3rd floor of Babal, correct? Yes. That was the suspicious person that I spotted in Babal. Then you were after the same person in a long coat that I was after. There's no proof that the suspicious person was really the Yatagarasu. Because no one was able to get a good look at the person's face. By the way, how was your team's investigation? In order to extinguish the fire, water was pumped to the 3rd floor via the windows. So the majority of the investigation conducted their searches on other floors. Maybe they did, but there was only one person who was wandering around lost on the 3rd floor. When the fire was pretty much out, I moved to investigate the 3rd floor. And you did that alone? Yes. Searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Right, we know that's true. So you were in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office. I already told you I was earlier, as I was examining the neighboring room. I heard that girl's shrill scream. Upon hearing her, I immediately ran towards Mr. Cochin's office, wherein you proceeded to arrest her, as I recall. Yes, I did.
Yeah, but she was totally innocent, pal. I thought we already cleared that up.
And I thought I had already apologized for my behavior. Now, if the tenacious detective would be so kind as to be quiet. Oh! I have to agree. Right now, it's not the time to take issue with that. Yeah.
No, not you. Don't, Mr. Edgeworth.
Water under the bridge. But what I do take issue is the fact that you didn't see the Yatagarasu, Agent Shih-na. Huh. The prosecutors of this country are also strange. In the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. You are unable to catch even a glimpse despite being in the next room. Is that true? I really hate to repeat myself. I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. However, I simply wish to make sure that you're not misremembering something. We wouldn't want to be accused of lying later on, would we?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor! Are you calling Shih-na's testimony a lie?
Agent Lang, I'm talking with Agent Shih-na right now. So I'd appreciate if you could interrupt us. If you wouldn't interrupt with the superfluous comments. You know, I feel kind of bad for him. I understand his pain at watching one of his subordinates being accused. However, I cannot turn my eyes from the truth. Lang, I'm alright. As for you, I think you should be focusing on your doubts on the girl rather than me. And why is that? To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. Are you throwing Kay's words into doubt again? Well, she does claim to be the Yatagarasu, right? And she did try to chase down the Yatagarasu despite being just an average citizen. Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Yatagarasu. That's right, which is why I would never lie about anything related to the Yatagarasu. And I suppose you have proof of that somewhere. Not quite, but even without any, I have people who believe in me. That's enough. I see. Kay's testimony is without flaw, but as for yours, well, let's just say that I find your testimony to be a bit suspicious. There seems to be a very large flaw in her testimony. Oh, then why don't you show her using what we found out with Little Thief? I will, in due time. Escape her to the Yatagarasu that Kay was in pursuit of. If it turns out that it really does lead right to Agent Shih-na, then what is it she's keeping from us right now? Alright, so we do need to do a contradiction here. During the first Babahlese fire, assisted in putting out the fire. That, I'm pretty sure, is correct. The things we found out with Little Thief were the wire and, yeah, the revolving fireplace. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu. That's fine. Searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Thus, in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. Alright, I think we present the revolving fireplace here. Because, yeah, we know for a fact that the revolving fireplace was used, so she should have seen it. Being in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office is the problem with your testimony.
Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all.
Agent Lang, do you recall the discovery you made about the Alabahstian office fireplace?
Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects at the office with the room next door? What about it?
Well, Alabahst isn't the only country with a secret connecting fireplaces.
What?
The fireplace in Mr. Cochin's office holds the exact same secret.
What?
The Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall into the next room over. Do you see? If the Yatagarasu had escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Shih-na. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu. What's the meaning of this, Miles? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Shih-na? How you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu, or shall I? Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kay saw in the coat. Pretending to be the Yatagarasu, and you were the one she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran to Mr. Coach's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Shih-na. After that, you came back around to place Kay under arrest. She fucking, like, just circled right around. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. How dare you can't make look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal?
Shih-na?
I know that laugh. That laugh. I remember this irritating laugh. I'm getting the chills down my spine. It can't be, but it has to be.
Shih-na! What's wrong with you?
I'm sorry, but it was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. What are those eyes, dude? I'm sorry. So, okay. Well, there's a couple of things we need to go over here. The first of which, I'll get to the eyes in a second. The first of which is, I had been spoiled on this. You know when I made the thumbnail with Shih-na on it? Yeah, when I looked up her name on Google Images, guess what popped up? So, Shih-na being Callisto U, it was something I've been spoiled on since the beginning of this case, basically. Which was really fucking disappointing when it happened. So yeah, this reveal... Oh, I knew exactly how the reveal was gonna go. Obviously, I couldn't say it because that would have been spoilers, and I didn't want to spoil it for anyone that hasn't played the game yet, but like... I knew, like, literally when I found that out, I knew in my head, oh, god damn it, I know for a fact they would have revealed it by having her burst out into laughter. And it would have been such a cool reveal, and now I'm not gonna be able to, like, enjoy the reveal because I already know it's fucking coming. And it's literally exactly how I thought it was gonna go down. Oh, I'm so sad I got spoiled on this. It would have been so much better. That would have been that was so good. The slow, like, her just slowly, there's like, struggling to hold back her laughter and then just breaking into Yu's, like, classic maniacal laugh. God damn it. Oh, I can't believe I got spoiled on that, dude. It would have been such a cool reveal if I hadn't. The second thing is, I'm sorry, those eyes. First of all, hot. Second of all, you know how I was talking about how Apollo Justice did a lot to hype up Kristoff as the devil, and then he kind of just like does nothing in the final trial. Like, the final trial is like really fucking disappointing because like there's so much buildup about like Kristoff being like this downright supernatural evil. And then he's just like a guy who's like petty. And that's it. That's his whole, like, he just killed a guy because he was petty, and then killed some other guys to cover it up, and that's it. And we never really get to see much of that, like, supernatural evil that is alluded to with Vera Misham when we talk to her. This is what Kristoff should have looked like. Now, don't get me wrong. Him with the fucking, like pushing up the glasses and the glasses just, like, glossed over, that is fucking terrifying as well. But if, like, Kristoff had actually turned out to be some kind of, like, supernatural entity, which wouldn't be, or had, like, actually made a deal with the devil, which, like, this is the Ace Attorney universe. Ghosts and, like, spirits exist, so that wouldn't have been too far off. And then he takes off the glasses, and there's just these fucking, like, burning, glowing red eyes. Like, kind of similar to, I don't want to, it's hard to explain this without spoiling the game, but a certain character in Catherine, and Catherine Full Body for that matter. If you know, you know. I can't, well, I guess I can say his name because you don't know his name until the reveal. Thomas Mutton. Kind of like a Thomas Mutton situation, you know? Like, that would have been so good. So this is actually just also making me kind of disappointed for how Kristoff's story ended, you know?
Funny, you say?
Yeah, that you would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are all so very strange. Do you think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? Do you think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's the prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. The Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route.
The tone of voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed.
That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose, and then we can have a real battle of wits.
For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor.
One thing I was wondering ever since I learned about the Callisto and Shih-na being one and the same was, I wondered if Shih-na was her real personality and Callisto's, like, happy-go-lucky, laughing, making jokes, if that was like a front, or if that was her real personality and Shih-na was a front. And I'm glad that her real personality is Callisto's, because I think, like, as much as Shih-na's personality is hot as shit, as, like, a character, I really enjoyed the fact that, like, Callisto just took the piss out of everything. Like, she didn't take Edgeworth seriously at all. She just ridiculed his ass constantly. I fucking loved that about her. Killer or not, you know?
Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad, you know. I know, and that's why I won't hold anything back either, as I answer your question.
My question?
Here's your proof that the revolving fireplace in Babal was used recently. Poleno's testimony.
I'm sorry, but is this your honest answer to my question?
Yes. According to Ambassador Poleno's testimony, he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace of Mr. Cochin.
Oh?
The ashes that they burned were left at the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there.
Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up?
Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Poleno said he forgot to. And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well.
The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Coach's office is my proof. And just what is so funny? Ashes proof? Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court? You still wish to fight us? Of course, why wouldn't I? In that case, let's hear your counter-argument. My counter-argument, huh? Oh, this really is just like being in court. Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if we're at the crime scene or in court. Let's finish this. Here and now. I suppose. I've had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. I'm guessing that, but there's still so much. We're not even in the ending section yet. In my eyes, all you've proved is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace, now can you? So then who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation. And we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Coachen's office. Because the suspicious thing isn't in Mr. Coachen's office. It's in the office right next to it. The office where you stashed the coat. The same coat that is covered in Babahlese ink. And there you have it, my counter-argument. That's very impressive. She's seen through the fact that I've yet to gather that one piece of evidence. Yeah, what is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But Kay, pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yatagarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off it. This chase you're running to catch the truth, you must see it through to the very end. Sir Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through to the end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth. With pleasure. Looks like the lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it?
Shih-na, please, show me you're someone I can trust.
Don't worry. This will be the deciding match. You'll see. I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well then, Agent Shih-na. Shall we begin? I'm ready whenever you are. She proved that the rotating fireplace was used. Can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace, now can you? Then, who was it that used the rotating wall? That's where your fault lies. So, do you actually have any proof that Yatagarasu used the fireplace passageway? No, I haven't found any yet. Then what are we going to do? There's no need to worry. Because there's a loophole in Miss Interpol agent's argument we can exploit first. The one in charge of the Babahlese investigation was not Agent Lang, which means that with Agent Shih-na in charge, it's possible she may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence we found. There's one thing I do know is that someone tried to hide it from us. The wire in the clock, right?
Hold it!
That sounds to me like you're saying my explanation is not good enough. Hey, but I was able to go through the revolving door myself. They should be proof enough even for you, pal. Ha! It looks like you don't quite understand. By your looks, I can guess that you're not all that learned. Ouch! Talk about rude. You should watch what you say, pal. Sadly, I can't say I disagree with her on that one. But you know what I mean, right? You may have proven that that fireplace was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace. now can you? Not yet. So you want proof that the Yatagarasu was the one who used the fireplace? That's right. Well, do you have any? Did you prove that it wasn't the Yatagarasu who used the fireplace? I don't need to prove anything to you. Objection? Okay, if you could please not steal my line. Sorry, but I just couldn't hold it in anymore. Well, don't fret and leave her to me. All you have to do is sit back and watch. You may seem to have some wiggle room, but without any evidence, it's meaningless. It's possible that the Yatagarasu left fingerprints inside the fireplace. Sorry, but I had the forensics team check that already. All they found were prints belonging to Ambassador Poleno and Mr. Cochin. Curses! You wear gloves, though. I should have known better than think the Yatagarasu would have been so careless. There must be some sort of evidence that we still have yet to find. I take it you have no further objections? So Interpol has finished examining the entire Babahlese embassy. Yes, the investigators who weren't allowed into Alabahst were incredibly helpful. They put in great efforts to search for any sign of the Yatagarasu.
Objection!
And yet, despite all that effort, it appears that they failed to notice the lack of ash in the office fireplace. Furthermore, you were the one who inspected the room next to Mr. Cochin's, correct? I didn't notice the ash there in the fireplace of that room, and for that, I am sorry.
You don't need to apologize, Shih-na. As your boss, your mistakes are my mistakes. So allow me to apologize for you. I'm sorry.
You know, maybe this guy's not such a bad guy after all. Yeah, no, I legitimately think Agent Lang is like a really good guy. He just, for some reason, hates prosecutors. And that's really bad methods. He apologized for his subordinate and everything. What a great boss. Are you saying that I don't do anything for my own subordinates? No, nothing of the sort, sir. You're someone I really respect, sir, even if you are a bit too strict sometimes. That is only a problem on your end. Wow, way to be super hard on him in response. Am I really too strict on everyone?
Anyway, Shih-na, you didn't find anything in Mr. Cochin's office, right?
That's right. We finished our investigation. Not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. That's very convenient. So you really didn't find anything? Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find the Yatagarasu's key and the documents detailing the smuggling operation. But we still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Babahlese knife handle yet.
Ha! You see? My subordinate worked hard to investigate everything. So, there's nothing else to find, alright?
That's where you're wrong. Agent Lang really sticks up for his people.
Like she says, all men are brothers. All friends become family. So you see, my people are my family. And their families are my family too.
That's a rather large family you have there. Yes, but we all know there's always one black sheep in any family. And although it pains me, Agent Lang, you will know the black sheep in yours. So, do you actually have any proof that Yatagarasu used the fireplace? Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and nail him. You fucked up. You fucked up! Well, you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation. Are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything? Well, aren't we full of ourselves, standing there insulting Interpol agents?
You better not be insinuating that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor.
I'd never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire. And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
A length of wire? So what about it?
I'll tell you what. We found this in the Babahlese embassy not long ago.
What?
And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Cochin's office. You found that? At the scene of Mr. Cochin's murder? Well, this wire wasn't all that we found. We found one other very important thing.
There's more?
In Mr. Cochin's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. What in the...
Hey-ya!
Destroying evidence of the counterfeit operation. That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? Ah, that's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. You see, so there was nothing in that office. Nothing you can call evidence anyway. I'm sorry, but I seem to have given you the wrong impression. How so? I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort, but rather I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete, and that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Yatagarasu. You still suspect me, I see. Alright then, I ask that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. With pleasure. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Shih-na. And is it not possible the reason the person K was chasing chose the third floor was because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor? Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Shih-na was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu to the point of arresting K. In that case, there's one location that no one has yet to inspect. Incomplete because they... Yeah. The room she was in. The location Agent Shih-na is, of course, the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Cochin's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there. I'll be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check out the room next to the office. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, do you really think that Shih-na's the Yatagarasu? Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is. Then I'm not gonna let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagarasu. But can you prove she's the Yatagarasu in question? If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to. And just what are you hoping he'll find? Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier. An experiment? If that detective was the brains for high science. It wasn't that mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route as the Yatagarasu. And what did you find out doing that? First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Babahlese ink. So wait, okay, let's take a step back here to think about what's going on here. So Shih-na is the Yatagarasu, which means she killed Cochin, but then did she also kill Master II? Well, no, she couldn't have because Lang was in charge of the other embassy, so she wasn't even there. So there's still the entire other murder that we haven't even started to touch on. What the hell? And the flying and the first fire. How does it all connect? That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. Ah, but is it really worth so little? I believe that it's actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove. Miss Redgeworth, I found some things you really need to see, sir. Great job, detective. So what are these things that you found? It's some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir. You found a coat? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing was wearing. Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Shih-na, one of these pieces of evidence is not in the room when you examined it. Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in the room. Aww. Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now? It's too easy, man. It's too easy, dude. You just admitted that the code is yours. And I'm about to prove that it's the very coat that the person who crossed through that fireplace was wearing. And you just admitted it's yours? They really just... You've set yourself up for this one. I'm sorry. You really are sloppy. It's the truth. Remember? This is the one thing I mentioned in during the old case when she killed Mackerel and Kay Faraday, right? One of the things I kept circling back to is that the Yatagarasu has never left evidence behind. Yet this crime scene is riddled with sloppy errors, loose ends, a lot of things that point back around to who committed the crime. Errors that the Yatagarasu had not made. Errors made by an amateur. And here, and there, just like I said, the stinking maggot rears its head! Your amateurness has shown once again. And you've just admitted that the piece... Not only did you leave a crucial piece of evidence behind because you didn't notice the ink stain, but you just admitted that it's yours. Oh, you really are sloppy. That's all I can say. Your crimes, there's no finesse, there's no skill. It's just sloppy. You make what is the thing I said during the last trial? You make Rodion Raskolnikov look like a competent murderer. I request that we be allowed to examine them. They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission. I have probable cause, bitch. I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation. But if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this.
I say let them look at your stuff, Shih-na.
Lang?
Shih-na, let's put it all out in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right?
I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you'd like. After all, I have nothing to hide. Good! Now let us begin. Search of Agent Shih-na's belongings. Are you going to... And which exam are you gonna belong? The coat, obviously. Let's examine the coat. Yes, sir. Oh, that's a lot. Oh, that's so much. Sloppy. So sloppy. It appears you managed to stain your coat. Oh, it appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly. Agent Shih-na. The Yatagarasu that Kay saw was wearing a coat, and I'm beginning to wonder if this stain was created when you went through that fireplace. No, you have it wrong. That suit probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. And what about this dark substance around the hem of the coat? Oh, I didn't realize that hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soup from when I was helping with the fire. I'm gonna set your coat on fire right now. I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent lie? Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This is the same pattern of dirt that got on my coat when I went through the fireplace. Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know? So unless you can prove that dirt on my coat is from the fireplace. Which I can. Oh, how? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe. Huh? Me, sir? What did I do? This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find the coat that person K saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace would sully a coat. I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for your praise, sir. All that remains is for us to show what that dark substance on the coat hem is. Oh, and you think you can do that? Of course I can. This is the dark substance that sullied the hem of this coat. Babahlese ink. Babahlese ink? Yes. This is what will prove the coat went through the fireplace. According to Ambassador Poleno, he burned some files in the fireplace that morning. You told us about that already. I don't see the point in mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink onto the back wall of the fireplace at the time. If the dark substance on this coat turns out to be Babahlese ink, it would prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Ha! Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yatakarasu, but we're not finished yet. But you have no way of proving whether or not this Babahlese ink on the coat helm. Oh, but yes I do. I intend to show you it is ink in a few seconds. How? How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I'll prove that the dark substance in the coat is Babahlese ink. You can find out whether it's Babahlese ink or not by lighting it on fire.
That's how you're going to prove it's Babahlese ink?
Yes? If you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it. Because I will show you here and now what the dark substance is.
Shih-na, I'm sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut off a bit of your coat.
Go ahead. I wasn't planning on wearing it anymore anyways. Now then, if someone could loan me a lighter or something. Okay, I got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light smoke bombs. And then if you could please have one. If I could please have one, okay, we can get this experiment underway. The flames!
It's the same color as the flames wit crystal oil produces. Which means...
Babahlese ink is a product of wit crystal oil. And when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarasu's other wing. Miss Shih-na, you're the fake Yatagarasu. The one who killed my father. My name is Kay Faraday. You killed my father. Prepare to die. It's about time you came clean, Agent Shih-na. Or should I say, Callisto you?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you?
Do I look the joking type to you? Callisto you? I've never heard that name before in my life. That manner of speaking, that attitude, you haven't changed a bit in 7 years. Yeah, you're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and tried to frame me for it. Oh, really? And you have proof? You insist that I'm this Callisto you woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me. The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived, and it will reveal your true ugly form to the world. Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove she's Callisto you? I do. It's something that the second Yatagarasu has preserved for us these last 7 years. Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth. I will, Kay. We have finally come to the end. With this, and clip Yatagarasu's wings for good.
Take that!
Gumshoe? Bring Missile in here. This perfume will prove you to be Callisto you. It will? Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle. This belonged to Miss Hugh just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well. This is that bottle of perfume you spilled, which I've preserved ever since. Oh, I was expecting us to, like, prove that she's wearing the same perfume. This also works, I suppose. I heard from my father, Bern Faraday, that if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. Which means that your fingerprints are still on here. Every last one. Good fucking, well fucking done, Kay. I'm impressed. I mean, you haven't reached the level of usefulness that Emma does, but pretty good still. We can clear everything up if we are to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Shih-na. Will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Oh my... I can fix her. I can fix her. How does she keep getting hotter? It's not possible. It looks like you've seen right through me yet again. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth. And she also has one of the best themes in the game, might I add. It's so good. Callisto you. So you've shown your true face at last. This feeling of thrill. It's even greater than that time 7 years ago.
Shih-na, you're...
Lang, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man.
So, you were a spy all along. A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after.
No wonder your investigation didn't make any headway.
Someone who's been feeding them intel on Interpol all this time.
Very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. So then the question becomes, why kill Manny? Alright, because Manny was supposedly the leader of the smuggling operation, right? So technically her boss, right? But, unless Manny wasn't the real boss, and for some reason he needed to be eliminated, because it feels like you basically acts as a fucking hired killer for the smuggling ring more than anything. So I do wonder, like, why was Manny killed? Is she maybe trying to take over the operations on her own? Yeah, very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto you, the woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu? That's right, Callisto you. That's just one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Callisto you. This time you won't escape. This is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly. You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. And had you not used the Yatagarasu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was. Kay, don't! I'll never forgive you for what you did to my name is Kay Faraday! You killed my father! Prepare to die! You really are just like him! Mr. Faraday, too, possessed such a laughable honesty. No, take me! I want to be held hostage! It should have been me! It should have been me. Okay. Hey, you let Kay go right now, pal. You despicable. Let go of me, you filthy... You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. That's impossible. My father was the one who created Little Thief. Hey, Edgeworth, the Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? Why it has 3 legs? I always assumed it was because Mr. Faraday has a very large penis. What? That's the natural assumption!
There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be 1 step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system.
No, it can't be. Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is... It's not 1 person. It's 3. The real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Burn Faraday nor Callisto Yu. But by the same token, they are also both the real Yatagarasu. How very perceptive of you. No way. Wait, but then would that mean Bad is the 3rd? The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed. Mr. Edgeworth, I refuse to believe this. The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And a lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of a client corporations. Skill number 2. The Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor would be well versed in the ways of a criminal.
And skill number 3.
I'm guessing?
The Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Ever.
Detective Bad.
It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind. Because the lead detective on the case hid it all away.
No! You're the 3rd member of the Yatagarasu.
They've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years. I finally got you.
Why, Mr. Bad? Long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. If you're such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Why indeed? It was nothing personal, really. He was just another person I had to kill. How can you say that? I get weary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end. Yes, this time I won't miss. Stop. You! Kay!
It's over, Shih-na.
Your leg!
That's my boy! Agent Lang! You idiot!
What were you thinking? Jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for?
I'm sorry, Detective Bad. And no matter what sort of past you may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. But as long as she is, I can't allow harm to come to her. Not even from you.
You really are an idiot. You know that?
That's fine with me.
We stand a himbo king.
You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey, sis.
Yes.
I want you to conduct a full body search. Shih-na might have another weapon on her.
All right. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please. Hey, sir. Hey, I found something. Is it, sir? It's like a blade of a knife. Why does it have a handle? Yeah, but it has the Babahlese butterfly. So wait. So the Yatagarasu was 3 people all along. Okay, Faraday. So then Burn and Bad were both also working for the smuggling operation? Or was the Yatagarasu independent of that, and it was just Callisto you got approached by the smuggling operation, and that's why Callisto ended up, doing the crime at the Babahlese, at the Cadofian embassy at the time, which Faraday wasn't aware of, and then killed Faraday to cover it up, and then ran away. I'm guessing Bad and Faraday weren't actually in on her. I'm sure she worked with them as the Yatagarasu. But but she was probably the only one that was actually in the pocket of the smuggling group, right? That's my best guess. And, that would explain. But yeah, the reason the Yatagarasu was always so skilled is because between Callisto, Faraday, and Bad, they essentially could set up the perfect crime. Because by covering both the defense, the prosecution, and the investigation, they basically controlled the entire criminal system if it ever involved the Yatagarasu to their liking. But without Faraday and without Bad, once Callisto was acting on her own, she no longer had, she was no longer able to commit the perfect crimes, which is why her crimes after were so sloppy.
It's a great find, Detective.
It is, sir?
Let's try pairing it up with the blade with this handle.
Take that!
I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon.
Hey, it fit together perfectly.
This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles just switched.
Hey, I'm gonna return this Babahlese knife right now.
Alright, I trust that you'll make sure that it will return to Ambassador Paleno. Babahlese knife handle given to Detective Gumshoe. Cool. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it, Callisto you. Well, the only time the handles could have been switched was just after Mr. Cochin's murder. Which means that you must have been Mr. Cochin's killer. You killed Mr. Cochin with the Alabahstian knife. Switched the handles and then took the original blade of the Babahlese knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open-air stage to lure her in and pin the murder on her. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of murder. Does that about sum it up?
You crafted an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there are 2 problems with it.
Problems? In what respect?
Why do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? was also I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Gatewater Land, I knew right away that you were Bern Faraday's daughter. I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Coach's murder on me? Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight, so I thought to use you. But pinning the murder on you was my only goal. She wanted to steal Little Thief, because without it, she's not that... Without Little Thief's help, she's not actually that good of a fucking thief. Yes. Once I had you under arrest, I'd planned to search you and take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. You were gonna take Little Thief away from me? 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. And the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday.
You. That incident 7 years ago. Was that the catalyst behind it?
In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment. Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu? Why? There's no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean? The person I take orders to hasn't changed, even now, to this day. Okay, so the head of the smuggling operation is not Manny Cochin. He was just a decoy. It's Mr. Romano, isn't it? Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Cochin? Then the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings.
Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're gonna tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Shih-na?
I guess I should tell you then that I was the one who set the Babahlese embassy on fire. And why did you do that? I suppose it was all to destroy the evidence of the counterfeit bills.
That was what the smuggling was trying to do? Why start two fires?
Sorry, I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation after all. I've had my fun. Now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait, you. I mean, Miss Shih-na. Yes? When I fell to the floor earlier, I felt these at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you. You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, Edgeworth. How about the second problem I had with your story? I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that was a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will.
Mr. Prosecutor?
Yes, Agent Lang.
Mark my words. I'm not done here. I'll be back. And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything. Because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be.
His anger appears to have negated his sensation of pain in his injured leg. I like Lang. It's finally over, Kay. I feel like I peered into her heart a little, you know? It's so cold and dark and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands. The one who thought my father was a problem to be removed. That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling for the Jamming Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. There's a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. Oh, I guess it's time already, huh? So it's midnight, the dawn of another day. Hey, Pups, thanks a bunch. You really done a lot for everyone all these years. Detective Bad, don't tell me today is the day.
Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. Just down to the wire. And we almost didn't make it. We did it. We solved everything.
But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, you, the Yatagarasu, were chasing after.
The legend of that Yatagarasu is now over, Mr. Edgeworth. That bit of logic earlier was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you.
Not just my hands. I still have the Yatagarasu still lives on. Is it really true, Uncle Bad? You were also part of the Yatagarasu?
As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you.
Uncle Bad? Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right? Unfortunately, it isn't. Oh, come on, sir. She's just taking out my chain, isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth? Detective Bad. Wait, no. You're no longer a detective. Mr. Bad. I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth, here. I should give you these back.
The KG-8 incident. These are the pages from the KG-8 incident that the Yatagarasu stole from my office. Hey, wait, what?
Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night.
I see. So the Yatagarasu did sneak into my office. It was just... I didn't know if it was Kay or Callisto. It turned out to be Bad instead. There were 3 even after Burn Faraday was dead, there were still 3 Yatagarasus roaming around. So the Yatagarasu who stole into my room was you, was it? Yeah, wait, that means what? Tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir.
It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. The KG-8 incident is a very emotional, trying case. We stood in that courtroom. Faraday as the prosecutor, I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim of the case, and the defendant was pronounced not guilty. She let out a great wail. That's when we realized there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do it so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yatagarasu.
But it doesn't line up, does it? Because Callisto U was working with the smuggling group the whole time. The same smuggling group that killed her sister. So then... was she not... Is Callisto U her fake name? Because, I mean, she did sort of say that that might have been the case, right? She kind of alluded to that. And she showed up, she pretended to be Cece's sister in order to get close to Faraday and Bad in order to form the Yatagarasu and essentially keep an eye on them and then take them out if they ever become a problem, right? Oh, so this shot goes hard, by the way. But that doesn't make sense. Like, there's no way the smuggling group knew, oh yeah, after this guy gets found innocent, Burn and Bad are gonna form a fucking vigilante secret, like, phantom thief that is gonna go around trying to expose criminals through illegitimate means, and we're gonna send Callisto U to infiltrate them, huh? Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, there's no way they could not have planned for something like that. So how How was Callisto always working for the smuggling group? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't line up. There's gotta be more to the story.
Vowed to bring light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano Group.
Mr. Amano's conglomerate.
We called ourselves the Yatagarasu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it's finally time. We had finally arrived at the moment when we'd found out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart. And Faraday, he died for it.
But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim of the KG-8 incident?
After Faraday's death, I looked into her past, and that's what I found out. But she was a phony. The victim of the KG-8 incident CCU. She never had a sister.
What? Then that means...
Shih-na wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto U was another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was sent to spy. Was a spy sent by the smuggling ring.
She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. Yeah?
Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. This Edgeworth. This trump card that we stuck onto this page of the case files. Please use it wisely.
Trump card?
That photo that we stuck on there. Try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago.
It's the mark of the Yatagarasu. But why?
This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This is something Kochin had on him at the time of the KG-8 incident, 8 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, CCU.
But why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yatagarasu?
The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark on that smuggling ring boss used. Apparently orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. And apparently, it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze.
Babahlese ink. So you mean the cards were written in Babahlese ink?
The fact that the cards that Kochin was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police. But those
So yeah, they were the inverse. So that's what those white cards are.
the great thief that used the mark that only those within the ring would know.
It was a message to the ringleader of we're coming after you.
It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind.
That's really cool.
And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this to you.
Yeah, what is this, sir?
This is what I was talking about earlier, during the KG-8 incident. Trial. Faraday had this on his possession. This important definitive piece of evidence.
But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it?
The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano, and he had it locked hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally, after the other day's kidnapping case.
I see. This video. Oh, don't come any closer! I'm warning you! This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me.
Yeah, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday. and the video was his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence.
And that card was not the calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a directives card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman.
The two pieces altogether make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them.
The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal. For me to use either one is...
Whether you use them or not is up to you, but they will be of help to you when you take on someone who is above the law.
Is the boss one of those cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Yeah, it looks like Edgeworth. It looks like we'll have to revive the great thief Yatagarasu once again. And lo and behold, guess who we have? A master of investigation, a prosecutor, a detective, Gumshoe, and the true descendant of the Yatagarasu, Kay Faraday. The three of us together, we will be the second Yatagarasu and take down and finish what the first three couldn't, taking down the smuggling ring. Detective Bad, there's no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them.
You still insist that even now? You really are something else. I'll leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe. The handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasu.
Pops!
Don't ever lose your detective spirit.
Pops, why is this happening? This isn't justice.
Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now, let's go.
Yes, sir. Is this really the end of a legend? No. We'll bring it back. Okay, and so now there's an entire separate... Okay, so we taken down Callisto. Who... Okay, this is... Okay, we'll talk about this once I save the game and stuff, but... Okay, this is something I really like. What's this taking so long? Okay, so, let's talk about this. Because I mentioned that I was really hoping that this game would be able to do the, overarching storyline better than Apollo Justice and Bridge to the Turn and Trials and Tribulations did. And oh, they delivered. Because they set up Callisto U to be the big bad villain, like Dahlia Hawthorne, like Christoph Gavin. They set her up as like, okay, she's the big villain that we're gonna have to take down at the end. And throughout this whole case, it seemed like that was gonna be the case, right? It seems like she killed the guy and yada yada yada. But then when we take her down, it turns out there's a bigger fish out there. Callisto U was bad, sure, but she wasn't the ringleader. He's still out there. He committed the murders. Or her, we don't know. They're the ones that caused all this. And there's still an interconnected storyline, because the interconnected storyline was never about Callisto. It was about the Amano group, and the Yatagarasu for that effect. But we've already closed down the Yatagarasu storyline, and we've closed down the Callisto storyline. But we still have the smuggling operation. And I thought Ernest Amano was gonna be the ringleader, but no, he's not. So the question is it someone we've met? I mean, like, there's the two ambassadors, right? Paleo, whatever the fuck, and Alba, right? Those two are prime suspects. Obviously, they have the run of the embassy, so they would certainly have the opportunity to commit the murders. Who else have we met that hasn't come back yet? I can't really think of anyone that could be other than those two, you know? Because, like, Ernest Amano would have been my first choice, but he's clearly not the one. So, who could the ringleader be? Is it someone we've met already? Or someone totally new? Because if someone we met already, like, the only people that it could be would be one of the two ambassadors, you know? So I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. That being said, we're going to leave this off here for today. I think we made some good progress. 6.5 hour stream. Pretty good, even if there were a few breaks in there. And then, yeah. We will be starting Alan Wake tomorrow. I'm very excited for that. Yeah, we'll start Alan Wake tomorrow. Then Wednesday, we will hopefully be finishing up the game. Hopefully, I think we will be finishing up the game on Wednesday. Although, if not, then we will still be finishing it this week. That's assured. And then we'll be playing Persona 5 on Thursday. That's how we're gonna do it. And yeah, I'm gonna leave this off here, and I'll see you all tomorrow for some Alan Wake. Ooh, I'm so excited. I'm so fucking excited. Not in no small part because there's gonna be some good material for us to add to the stream playlist. I've been listening to Herald of Darkness over and over and over again. I don't want to touch any of the other stuff because I don't want to because I want to actually hear it for the first time in game. But obviously, I had heard Herald of Darkness at the Game Awards anyway, so I was like, fuck it, I'll just add it to my playlist anyways. 13 minutes of pure bliss, let me tell you. But yeah, once we get to some of the other songs, I can't wait to add them to the stream playlist. So yeah, that being said, yeah, thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow.